Hello, beautiful people. Trifling Neighborhood Game Master Zach Hall here, live on YouTube for the first time in a hot minute. First time I've been appearing to you as a full-fledged human with a face and not a disembodied body. Yeah, I'm really excited about today's stream. Been really looking forward to Daggerheart coming out. To the new tabletop role-playing game from Darrington Press, the game publishing studio from Critical Role, probably the most famous content creators, if you can call them that, around Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop role-playing games in general. Daggerheart's their first taking a crack at a game that fills the same spot niche in the hobby as Dungeons and Dragons. And I'm really excited to take a look at it. This is not my first look, to be, honest with y'all. Most of the time when I do these videos, these live read-throughs, I have not looked at the PDF or only looked at it a little bit. This one I am coming into with some base knowledge. I was able to look at the character creation process and some of its stuff early. I was under an NDA and a closed beta for that. So that was helpful for me to kind of get a glimpse into the kind of game that I thought this game was going to be. And then, the open beta just launched yesterday. This is starting stream at 6 p.m. Eastern, the day after. So it's been 30-ish hours, and already really great YouTube and Twitch creators are already have posted their videos on Daggerheart. So if, there's plenty to look around, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But looking at systems for the first time or coming into them really fresh and kind of just providing live thoughts is what I built my channel around and the content that I create here on YouTube. And this is one that I was really looking forward to. So I'm really excited to start reading through Daggerheart. And this is one I've committed to play testing and actually playing. I have a game group that we play 5th edition a couple times a month, but we're in the middle of a campaign. But I've already just kind of this is one that I really want to play test at least once, if not multiple times. Give some feedback, because I'm hoping I could see myself making this a new main game for myself, right? I don't think that I don't know what the size of the audience is of people who would move from 5th edition to Daggerheart. I guess we're gonna see. But I think there's a lot of people who play 5th edition and it does a good enough job. But there's for sure plenty of us who'd be if there's something else out there who can scratch the same itch, but maybe just fits our play style better, we'd be open to it. I've tried going the opposite direction of what I think Daggerheart is going to do. I've tried going and played Pathfinder 2nd edition for 6-ish months. Played 1st through 5th level of Pathfinder 2nd edition, or ran a 1st through 5th level Pathfinder 2nd edition game. And enjoyed parts of it, and then didn't enjoy parts of it. And ended up going back to 5th edition. I've been playing 5th edition for about the past 6 months. And, Daggerheart in open beta, I don't suggest anybody start kicking off a campaign today with the open beta stuff. I don't know how regularly the Darrington Press crew is going to be releasing updates. The playtest survey that they have up on their website doesn't have a firm or a hard end date on it, or not that I've seen. So I legitimately don't know if we're going to get iterations on playtest material during this open beta process. No telling how long the open beta is going to be, but you can already see that like this playtest manuscript is already in 1.2. But this is the only this is the version that I downloaded like within the first hour that the material went live. So it's obvious I've been doing playtest with this manuscript behind the scenes in private playtests, which is exactly what they should be doing. I don't know if we're going to get 1.3, 1.4 during this open beta, or if they're going to let us play the game with this for 3 months, close the surveys eventually, and just take all that feedback and then put it into the final manuscript. I don't know. I'm sure we will hear about it. But yeah, I guess we should just dive right in. We've got, I've just got the PDF of the playtest materials here. You can get it at daggerheart.com. That's the official website. There's also a digital version that is available through a partnership with Demiplane. So if you've used Demiplane or haven't, I recommend going and checking it out. If you're the type of player or GM that enjoys having digital versions of things like compendiums where it's easy to find things, if you're a player who needs like the digital character builder to help you in the character creation process, or prefer having like digital character sheets instead of physical ones, you can get all that with Demiplane during this open beta, and I'm sure that partnership will probably last and continue past the open beta phase, like once the game is officially released. There is no like VTT support necessarily for Daggerheart open beta. I'm sure it's going to be available in all of your favorite VTTs once it's actually released. And then one piece of info that I do know is that a platform, the Start Playing Games platform, which is like a website that connects GMs with usually like paying players, which is a great platform. Highly suggest it if you are looking to get into more gaming groups, but have a hard time finding one locally, and just grabbing random people in Discord communities isn't your bag, and got the financial flexibility to go and maybe pay $15, $20, $25 a session to a GM who's there to run the game for you. I actually talked to the Start Playing Games support team, and they are not officially supporting Daggerheart on their platform while it's in open beta. I was looking into potentially like being a GM on there to host open beta playtest sessions. I wouldn't charge people for it. I was just going to do it for free, but it seemed like a good way of like organizing. But they're not going to support the game while it's in open beta, which completely makes sense. I also, if I was in their shoes, wouldn't want to support every RPG out there that says they're in the open beta playtest phase and needing to like constantly update their system to handle it. So don't blame them in the least bit. So this is the PDF, but like I said, digital stuff is available on Demiplane. The PDF's all available for free, and you can also get the same playtest packet from DriveThruRPG if you're like just, I don't know, like a big DriveThruRPG head and want to get all of your digital RPG material from the same place. You can download it from DriveThruRPG. Yep. So let's do it. All right. Changelog over here, no changes. The fact that it's here, I guess that does mean that they do intend on updating this. Now that I'm thinking about it, putting my thinking hat on, I guess we should probably anticipate getting new versions of the playtest because they do have a changelog page here. So that'll be interesting to keep track of. I'm not going to read through all this. Y'all know how this goes. Game is still in active development. The rulebook has not gone through an editor yet. If you spot a typo or grammatical error, please don't report this. These issues will be resolved in editing. Perfect. Good to know. Balancing of adversaries is still in an exploratory phase. Okay, interesting. Up until this release, we've adjusted the combat system, trying to make it as fast and cinematic as we can while making it feel familiar and fair. Combat needs significant playtesting to ensure we get the right balance. Yep, well, that's why we're here. Like I said, this is an open beta, not a finished game. Why is I just don't like start up a campaign right now? Like things are gonna change. It might drastically change. I assume the systems are things we're locked into, and it might just be the maths, but you never know. Like this is the kind of thing that opening up your game to the community at large, whether it's pen and paper role playing game, video games, like the community finds ways to break stuff that play testers and game developers just never think of. And that's why they do this. We will release new updates periodically during the open beta playtest cycle. Sweet. Just calling it out right now. Even though we are in beta, you can stream your games. DPGL, I'm assuming that is Daggerheart Playtest gaming license. Just make sure that you're using the make sure everybody knows you're using the playtest so people don't think the mechanics are representative of the final product. Totally makes sense. Many inspirations for this game. Check them out if you like what we're making here. List of touchstones and inspirations in the introduction. Cool. I think they got some heat when Candela Obscura, their first tabletop role-playing game system from Darrington Press, came out, where I think that game was very clearly inspired by one, maybe two specific systems, and they didn't necessarily call it out on like first version. So I'm glad they learned that lesson. Maybe should have known when Candela Obscura came out, but glad they learned that lesson. I'm excited to see what they actually list as those touchstones. Daggerheart team, Spencer Stark. I'm such a big Spencer Stark fan, and it's crazy to see him here now because I first learned of him when he created was the either lead or co-lead on Kids on Brooms, which is like a magic school variant of the Kids on Bikes system. I think that came out like maybe 5 years ago now. And was just really taken back by like I loved seeing him in interviews. I loved that system in particular. I think it's really, really great. And it turns out like knows Matt and Marisha really well. Like they were actual IRL friends. So it's really cool to see Spencer like being able to do this full time, cranking out something huge like this as a lead game designer is just really cool. And then Rowan Hall, big fan of her and their work. Matt's listed as a game designer. Alex Tiplets and Michael Underwood. Alex's name strike. Feel like I remember that name, but I don't remember where. So like essentially a 5-person game designer team with additional writing: Layla Edelman, Carlos Cisco, Felix Isaacs, Aaron Roberts, and Eugenio Vargas. Very cool. We've got a combat wheelchair here in game. Awesome. Specific design from Mark Thompson. Laura Hurstbrunner, developmental editor. Danny Gage, archivist. We've got some producers here. Anthony Jones, art director, with assistance from Alicia Hannigan. Playtest coordinator. Consultants. I don't immediately recognize. His name's totally fine. Sean Ellis, lead concept artist. Marco Bernardini, cartographer, which is cool. And then all these awesome artists who have contributed to the book already. I think it's crazy that like we're getting playtest material that already has like art, and I'm sure the art might not be final, but usually when I'm looking at like playtest material, it's like black text on a white screen. Like the fact that we already kind of have a bit of a layout, the fact that we've got artists already is awesome. I'm really excited to kind of see the direction they went. And then here's the team behind them in Darrington Press. Ivan Van Norman as head of Darrington Press is so cool. knowing Ivan from his Geek and Sundry days, Sagas of Sundry and Dread is still one of my like touchstone actual play RPG experiences from that heyday of Geek and Sundry. So I just think it's really cool that he's able to keep doing what he's really, really good at. Working with similar people, like-minded folks. We've got a table of contents. Love that they linked it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a lot. I think I saw someone on social media say there's like 330 pages in this, which is so nice compared to like the one D&D playtest strategy where they were like releasing just bits and bobs, made it really hard to kind of know like in context how certain things worked. Just giving us the whole book. It looks like maybe we don't have a part 5, which looks like customizing and home brewing stuff, which like, yeah, like don't write home brewing guidance when the game's not finished yet. Makes sense. So we've got an introduction, part 1, preparing for adventure, part 2, playing an adventure, part 3, running an adventure, part 4, running a campaign. Sweet. Let's jump in. Welcome to Daggerheart, collaborative role-playing game set in a high fantasy world. Daggerheart is designed to provide the tools to tell a story that is both heartfelt and epic. So I'm looking here in introductions. I'm looking for things like keywords, things that are the game development team would have used as a North Star for their game development, because I don't review tabletop role-playing games. That's silly. Because like at the end of the day, I think you need to spend a lot of time with a game before you really get a full understanding of the game. So that would mean I'd have to be playing a certain system for maybe like 2 or 3 months before I feel like I could get a good sense of it. I don't have that kind of time and people interested in doing that. And also like every role-playing game system is going to play differently at every table. So what worked at my table might not work at yours. What I do try to judge and kind of like have an opinion on is, do the mechanics back up the promise that the game makes? One that stands out to me that I've looked at before where the promise of the game wasn't supported by the mechanics was the 5e based Stargate SG-1 like official role-playing game. That one was a really big disappointment where like the system did not support the actual type of game they were trying to sell. We all know why that happened, business decisions. But that one was one where it was like, okay, your north, you weren't designing with your North Star in mind, I don't think, or you made such a fundamentally bad decision in the underlying system that you were going to use that like you were never going to be able to like get close to your North Star because you just had this blocker in front of you. So I'm kind of looking for keywords here in the introduction that tells me what did they want to accomplish when creating this system. And then we'll take a look at like, as we look through the mechanics, character creation, how the game plays, and then me reporting back to you, like as I do finally, like I run and play this, does the actual gameplay match up with the promise that they're leading with? So, here's our generic, what is tabletop role-playing games everybody has to do now, which is great. Like, brief aside, if you're watching the VOD of this live stream, skip ahead a few minutes if you're not interested. Daggerheart is going to be the second tabletop role-playing game for literally thousands, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. So they do kind of need to create and have a pretty strong on ramp for things that are not or are going to be new for new people. And I honestly think there's going to be a stronger audience of people who need to unlearn some 5th edition things and learn some new stuff than people who are coming to the hobby for the first time through Daggerheart. Those people will exist. But if the system's going to be successful, when it does like release, probably like in a year or so, I guess, 2025, it's going to be people shifting from 5th edition and trying out Daggerheart. So it's going to be interesting. Like, yes, like we need to explain what a TTRPG is. You almost need to explain things that are going to make Daggerheart different than most of its core audience's default when they think about tabletop role-playing games. Because not every Critical Role fan is an actual play fan, right? Like, the numbers just tell us that. There's like 750,000 people who keep up with Critical Role on like a week-ishly basis. And then no other actual play comes close to that, like even remotely close. So there's obviously a disconnect between people who watch Critical Role and then those people also trying out other actual plays. It's the same thing that people have been talking about with 5th edition fans for the past 5+ years, is people who play D&D 5th edition aren't necessarily tabletop role-playing game fans. They're fans of playing 5th edition. Now, like, the tough part for Daggerheart is getting those people off of 5th edition and into something else. But if anybody can do it, it's going to be Critical Role, with their just massive audience who loves and kind of trusts them and enjoys the products that they create. So that's my aside. It's going to be interesting to see like onboarding ramp. There's no way for me to know if new people are going to find Daggerheart interesting or easy to understand. There's no way for me to know that. I've been looking at role-playing game systems too much for me to even like really kind of understand. Now, like, people might have opinions on like how much rules, bad grammar, but how many rules are necessary to hook a new player but not overwhelm them. I mean, that's the needle every game developer is trying to thread depending on their audience. So what kind of role-playing game is Daggerheart? Daggerheart is a heroic, narrative-focused experience with combat as a prominent aspect of play, facilitating emotionally engaging, player-driven campaigns that are punctuated by exciting battles and harrowing challenges. The game takes a more rules-light approach in its design, encouraging players and GMs to focus on the story they're telling rather than the complexity of the mechanics. It asks them to act in good faith with one another, to tell the best story they can, and looks to provide structure when it's unclear how things might resolve within that story. The system has a free-flowing approach to combat to avoid stopping down the game into rounds. Interesting. And it doesn't rely on grid-based movement for the maps and minis. This is all purposeful in creating a game that utilizes the kind of terrain and map building that miniature-based games are known for, while making Daggerheart streamlined, approachable, and focused on delivering a great narrative experience at the table. Well, we've got our North Star. Got it. Nailed it. You can see it now. Now, I'm a big critter. I am a big fan of Critical Role. I've talked about them before. I won't go into a whole spiel now about how much I enjoy Critical Role and what they create. But if you replaced, I think this is basically just a description of Critical Role And that tells me that when the Critical Role team, whether that's like Matt, Marisha, Travis, worked with Spencer and Ivan to say we want to create essentially a D&D replacement. Now, like, don't get up in arms about the specific language of that, but like it's going to fill the same space as D&D. It's a high fantasy heroic role-playing game. They're going to be compared forever. So when they all sat down and said, we want to create similar game to D&D. If they wrote that description of Daggerheart, that's almost a 1-for-1 description of how the Critical Role cast / owners like play role-playing games. They're heroic. They're focused on the narrative. They enjoy these big set piece combats as opposed to small little one-off combats, which are kind of default. And one of the things that like kind of breaks D&D 5th edition when you play the way that Critical Role plays, just because of like how D&D assumes you're managing your resources. And one of the things that you have to kind of manage and figure out if you're trying to emulate the style of like actor troupe play that Critical Role does with D&D 5th edition. But since they're building their own system, they don't have to deal with that. They can just, why don't we just build a game that actually supports mechanically all the things we already do at the table, which is really like getting the gears going in my head on like what that means. Like, what does that mean for Critical Role? What does that mean for Daggerheart? And we're on page 7 and I keep having so many asides. So we'll just ignore, but you probably get what I'm throwing down. Those who prefer a highly strategic, rules-heavy experience with more of a heritage from war games may find Daggerheart doesn't have all the crunchy bits they're used to. And those who come from very rules-like gameplay might find some mechanics engage in areas where they're used to a more free-form approach. That's okay. You should always play the types of games that make you and your table happy. That said, if you're looking to tell heroic fantasy stories with a modern approach to mechanics that focus on both the epic battles and the emotional narrative of the characters who fight in them, you've come to the right place. So I love that they're just straight up calling this out, that they view themselves as somewhere in between. I think, I mean, they're not outright calling it out, but like highly strategic, rules heavy experience is like what we would call, I would say anything like war gaming, inspired, anything from that direct tree, which would include D&D and Pathfinder, older editions and current ones included. Very rules like gameplay. I mean, yeah, like if you're used to playing, I'm trying to think of like something super, I mean, like a notebook or sorry, like a note card or one page a 1-page RPG, something like Honey Heist, or there's lots of like just very rules light. I'd even say, I don't know, would you say Powered by the Apocalypse is rule light? No. It's probably lighter, it's definitely lighter than D&D. Probably lighter than Daggerheart will end up being. So they're trying to find a sweet spot for what they do. And I like, here's their description of their own game. Heroic fantasy stories with a modern approach to mechanics focus on both the epic battles and the emotional narrative of the characters who fight in them. So, yeah, I think we're getting a good glimpse of like their North Star, their mission statement. Like, what were they trying to do when they created this? Dart utilizes asymmetrical design. It means it plays very differently for the GM than it does for the players. Many TTRPGs have some asymmetry, with players controlling one PC while the GM plays everyone else. But Daggerheart's asymmetry goes deeper Players roll the 2d12 duality dice for resolving their PC standard actions. At the same time, the GM makes moves without rolling for most actions, but rolls a d20 when making an attack. Okay. Yeah, so that is pretty asymmetrical. And now that like I'm trying to think of a system that is, I mean, I know they're out there. I mean, there's some games where like the GM just doesn't do any rolling. You know, they're there for narrating and adjudicating rules. So that's obviously like pretty asymmetric, but it seems different here of like even the fact that GM doesn't roll the same dice means that a GM isn't generating hope or fear with their dice rolls. They're just resolving true faults, I think. Each PC gains hope when they roll with hope, while the GM gains fear when any PC rolls with fear. So we've got this meta currency, hope and fear, but the GM only gains fear when the PCs rolls with fear. The GM can't do anything to generate fear, it looks like. Cool. So here's our touchstones. TTRPGs. All the big ones in the space are here. A few that I have not necessarily heard of, like Lady Blackbird and Slug Blaster. I'll make a note of to kind of check out and see where we're at. Everything else I kind of like we recognize and know maybe where they're getting it. Books, cool. Movies, love they're calling out their own TV show. I mean, yeah, we are inspired by what we do, as a matter of fact. A special appreciation for the Genesis system, for the 2-axis results. Cipher systems, intrusions. I think you could probably also like call, like, I know they're familiar with the Cipher system more, but I feel like you could have similar things happen in like Modifia's 2D20 system with momentum and threat. That's my like default first thought when I think of this like meta currency that's generated by player roles. 13th Age's backgrounds heavily inspired the experience mechanic. Blades in the Dark and Apocalypse World helped shape narrative game flow, and their playbooks inspired a lot of the character sheet development. Ooh, so we're probably going to get unique character sheets per class. Probably. Wild Seas Phenomenal Reaches section provide the chassis for the regions section of this book. I'm assuming that's some kind of like world building exercise that's done at the table, like as like a joint thing. Enemy types and ways of managing minions are informed by 4th edition and Flea Mortals. Hey, shout out MCDM's Flea Mortals. I love that book. If you run 5th edition, or even any fantasy genre game, Flea Mortals is worth checking out. The enemies in there are great, and stat blocks are ready for you to use in your 5th edition game in very cool ways. Quiet Years inspired the map building section, and then Samples Session 0 informed by Apocalypse Keys. Really cool. Appreciate that shout out they made. Part of the game. Okay. Players use 2 different kind of sets or categories of dice: duality dice and damage dice. Duality dice are 2 12-sided dice, referred to as D12s, that are of different colors, one representing hope and the other representing fear. These embody the fate of the world around you and its effect on your success. The damage dice corresponds to your weapon or spell, expresses how deadly a successful attack you might make. So it seems like the general resolution mechanic for players is 2d12. You're generating hope and or fear depending on the dice roll. But we are still using different like scaling damage dice depending on like the damage that you need to deal based on your weapon or spell. Anytime you're rolling to see whether you succeed or fail, you're rolling duality dice. If that total is higher than the difficulty set by the GM's success. If it's lower, it's a failure. You also tell the GM whether your hope or fear die rolled higher, and the situation around you changes based on that result. Okay, so we're maybe a little more nuanced than like binary success or fail. You might get like you fail with a little bit of positivity if you failed but your hope die rolled higher than your fear die, or you succeeded but something like there's a small consequence because your fear die rolled higher. So that'll definitely be new for 5th edition players and GMs coming to this game, of just like getting used to narrating things more narratively focused, beyond the binary pass fail system of 5th edition. One of the perks of learning new systems is flexing those different GM muscles, which is why I encourage all GMs to go out and try something new. Not advice for 5th edition players, advice for everybody. If you mainly run Powered by the Apocalypse, try running Star Trek Adventures or Star Wars, the Genesis game. Just learn different ways to narrate. So we've got sessions. Then you have campaigns, story arcs. Cool. I love that they're just calling this out. Like, they are pretty explicit that the game is intended to play like campaign style. Like, obviously you can one-shot anything, but it seems they're really like leaning into, they want this to be an emotional narrative experience, and you can really only accomplish that by like long-term storytelling, not something you can pull off in 3 or 4 hours. Where there are absolutely games that you can tell a very emotional story with in one session. 2 off the top of my head, Dread, and what's it called? Alice is Missing. If you've never heard of Alice is Missing, the tabletop role-playing game, please go check it out. What a crazy game. You can only like, it's meant for one play session, can do it in a couple hours. Everything I've heard about that game is that it's almost an emotional experience almost every time, and it gets it done in like 2 hours, which is awesome. So cool. No winning or losing in Daggerheart. In the traditional gaming sense, the experience is a collaborative storytelling effort between everyone at the table. The characters might not always achieve what they want or get their goals the first time around. They may make big mistakes or even die along the way, but there's no winning or losing conditions to the game. If a character dies, the party may seek out a way to bring them back to life. So there's resurrection mechanics. Or that player may instead make a new character the party meets along their journey. If the group fails to stop the villain from enacting their plan, perhaps the party must face the consequences of their failure and try to make it right. Yep. Tight. Most important rule of Daggerheart is that you make the game your own. The rules included in this manuscript are designed to help you have an enjoyable experience, but they should never get in the way of the story that you want to tell, the characters you want to play, or the adventures you want to have, as long as your table agrees. Keyword, as long as your table agrees. Everything can be adjusted to your group's playstyle. If there's a rule you'd rather ignore or a modification that works better for you, feel free to implement it with your table's consent. Just tell your people what you're doing, as long as everybody's aware and signs off on it. Homebrew the shit. All right, player principles. Be a fan of your character and their journey. Spotlight your allies. Play to find out what happens. I'm going to read. Everything you do should flow from the fiction. Listen to the other players and the GM. React to what they say and how they act. If you roll the dice, let the results lead you through what happens next. Embrace complications with the same vigor that you celebrate victories. Cool. Address the characters and address the players. Speak to the other characters within the world of the fiction. Lean on your connections. Ask them questions. Create a story using your conversations as well as your actions. Speak to the other players outside of the fiction. Ask them what their characters might do next and what they want to see happen in the narrative. Consider their preferences when you play. So I can see a certain type of person reading that, making one assumption, and then just deciding that this game is not for them. Which is completely fine. No hard feelings. But there's a lot of people who do not assume to do any kind of acting, like getting into character when they play a role-playing game. If you would believe the internet grognards, that was the default until Critical Role came and ruined the hobby by introducing people to the hobby, and those people just assumed they could walk into a game shop and start acting. Now, they probably would read this and assume like, oh, I have to use a voice and speak in first person to be able to play Daggerheart. I'm not interested in that. But none of that is actually said. They just say to speak to the other characters. I'll tell you right now, like an area I'm trying to grow in, but like I'm not comfortable always speaking in first person, especially as a GM. It takes me kind of like some time. And so you could ask my players, I flip back and forth between first person and third person, whatever feels comfortable for me in the moment and whatever kind of gets the feeling across, like, or if it feels like an incredibly informative, not really like a role-playing experience, like they just need to get stuff done, third person. But I also don't do accents. I can do silly voices or like kind of monstery, gravelly voices, but I can't do accents, you know? And so like I don't even try because like I lose it within 5 seconds if I pull it off. Where one of my players, incredible at accents. He's so good at them. Like he can just pull them off and stay in them. And I'm shocked. The dude's not an actor. I don't even think he was a theater kid growing up. It's just something he's good at, and something I'm not. This is not making any kind of assertions on you having to act or put on a voice. It's just saying like, speak to the other characters. Like, yeah, like you might actually have to like engage with NPCs. That's okay. I also love that they call out that like it should be expected to have a like conversation about the game with the players at the table, like player to player. To me, this reads as like it says explicitly, ask them what their character might do next. I think a lot of tables and GMs might be like, whoa, you can't do that. It's like metagaming. Your character doesn't know what their character is going to do. But if you're playing, like if you're trying to tell a story, there's moments where the players kind of need to have a conversation, like hit pause on like game time, fiction time, and have a zoomed out conversation. So then you can like go back into the fiction and tell a really compelling story. I think if you're trying to like, obviously you don't want to pre-write stuff, and you can't, like that's why the dice is there. But at the same time, you need to have those kind of like writer's room moments, like really quick. And you might disagree with me there. I'm just telling you like what they're putting here in the book. And I think that matches the type of story and game the Critical Role cast likes playing and does at their own table. Like they want to have these epic moments, and sometimes epic moments need meta conversations to coordinate. That like there's like once you get into the mechanics of the game, there's not enough time and ways for you to do it in character. So sometimes you just have to zoom out. I think that's good. Hold on gently and provide improvisational improvisational storytelling isn't always perfect, and that's okay. Yep. Hold on gently to the fiction, enough so that you don't lose the pieces that matter, but also tightly that the narrative has no room to breathe. Make mistakes and make changes. Yeah, so I was saying about, like, you can't pre-write it. Like, it's not going to go exactly the way you planned. You will spend 30 minutes planning something out of character, and then the first PC whiffs on a bad roll, ruins the whole plan. That's how it works. So just be okay with that. Then build the world together. In Daggerheart, every participant's a storyteller, not just the GM. Daggerheart's a very collaborative game, perhaps more so than other games you're used to, and reaches its greatest potential when every player, PCs and GM, is working together. This means actively advocating for the story beats you want to see, offering suggestions to enrich the arcs of other player characters, creating parts of the world with others at the table, and thinking deeply about your character's motivations. I mean, this isn't unique to Daggerheart. As you see this in other modern games, and their entire pen and paper RPGs that are essentially just group world building exercises, and that's why they exist. But looking at this through the lens of Critical Role specifically, like, it's impossible to remove Daggerheart from its context, like try to look at it in a vacuum. I'm sure there are other people that are doing that. As a critter, as a pretty experienced D&D DM, and as a guy who has spent the past couple of years on YouTube reading and crunching different game systems in order to, like, broaden my horizons, I read Build the World Together, and this to me is Matt going to the group saying, can we take some of the stress off of me? Like, this is making an assumption that the group is gonna play a Daggerheart long-term campaign at some point. But in Critical Role, Matt is the world builder, and the players put their fingerprints on some really small areas, but they are so respectful of what Matt has created. But it's meant Matt has had to shoulder the world building for what became a published setting across multiple books. And I'm sure that's really stressful. I'm excited that for their own game system, Matt was like, you know what? This isn't completely on the GM. We've got to be collaborative here. And I'm excited to see, like, what kind of mechanics and subsystems they actually put into play to achieve this. Yeah, very excited. That'll be really cool to look at. A little world overview. I think they've said that they don't have a ton of like setting stuff in this. There's just some assumptions about the core realms. Mortar Realm, Hallows above, Circles below, Realms beyond, all fine. As you know, I generally skip setting stuff because unless it's a game where the setting seems explicably tied to the mechanics. Like Salvage Union, one that I recently looked at, where, like, you can't really separate the setting from the system. Not really. But Daggerheart assumes that a certain percentage of its audience is going to be playing in a specific setting, whether it's something homebrewed or whatever the cast comes up with in play. People are going to try their best to play in the same spot and use whatever world building Matt and the team and the cast comes up with. So I'm going to skip any setting stuff just because not really going to impact me or you really at all. Magic is very powerful, incredibly dangerous, permeates the land and dwells within the people here. Exists both as a force within you that you may be able to draw on, and as a force outside of you that affects the world and can be tapped into by those who know how to harness it. Depending on the kind of character you choose to play, you may or may not have the ability to use magic. Yep, cool. flavoring your game. May always flavor your magic in a way that complements your character and their style, but unless the table agrees, the flavor shouldn't offer any mechanical effect. For instance, you might say that your rogue's magic takes the form of gadgets and inventions, but it's still magic and subject to the game's rules about magic. Your ranger's magic might take the form of ancestral spirits drawing forth the forces of nature. But in terms of the mechanics of the game, your ranger is still the one who makes the rolls for the spells and who spends the resources to power them, etc. Yeah, totally. Glad they called that out. Really simple. They gave some examples. My immediate thought went to when in campaign 2, the Mighty Nine for Critical Role, when Liam played a wizard named Caleb. And Liam was the first player at the table who leaned in and really flavored his spells. And oftentimes I was just him describing how he casts magic. But it was such a cool way of grounding the sometimes craziness of D&D combat into the fiction, and something so simple. And like, it doesn't change the mechanics of it at all, but by flavoring it specific to him, it made it seem unique and increased the storytelling aspect of that whole campaign and the character itself. So explicitly giving people the ability to flavor stuff in order to, because I have a feeling, having looked at character creation, there's obvious mechanics there, but it doesn't really go into like a ton of specifics on like what is actually happening. I imagine that this is going to be an incredibly permissive game system when it comes to describing and flavoring your stuff. Reskinning is the number one, like, oh, you've never homebrewed anything in a role-playing game before? Just reskin something that already exists, change out the names and like whatever, but keep the mechanics. And the fact that it's like, it seems like an integral part of the game tells me that this is going to be pretty permissive, and not descriptive for things. Maybe like your ancestry, maybe things like a specific weapon, maybe even things for spells. I don't know. Like if you reduce the amount of flavor text and just talk about mechanics, you provide maybe some flavorful names and images to go along with it, but you don't prescribe what the spell actually feels like and looks like. Giving people the permission to insert their own makes it unique. Means every table is going to sound and feel a little different, but I think that's what they're shooting for. This is what I'm kind of talking about when like, okay, how does the game system and the mechanics and the subsystems support the North Star mission of the game? So being narrative focused, fiction forward, and also explicitly telling players that they have permission to reflavor stuff, just don't change the mechanics. These support each other. Feel free to reflavor other elements of the game as well, as long as you maintain their mechanical underpinnings. Your character might have a unique weapon from the heritage, but it uses the statistics of a longsword. Yep. Your wizard's armor might come in the form of a set of empowered runes instead of a chain shirt, but they still have an armor value of 5 and armor slots that you spend to reduce damage. Yeah, I love that. Like, this is what I mean by not being prescriptive with the stuff. It's just like, here's a chain shirt, but you're a wizard. Do you really want to wear a chain shirt? You can. Like, I like that vibe on a wizard, if I'm being honest. And like, if you're trying to play like a battle mage type thing, like that probably works. But what if you just wanted to wear a like really thick leather duster, but you had carved in runes into it to be like magical armor? Sweet, that sounds awesome. Mechanically, it's still a chain shirt. And it saves the GM and the player from having to like write up new stat blocks or whatever. Just it's a chain shirt, but you know how it works. Use the portions of this book that work for your game and let the things that don't resonate fall away. Yep, I've said this before on my channel. Eat the fish, leave the bone. Like, it's all there for you. Take what you want, leave behind what you don't want, that you don't need, that isn't good for you. Some people don't have a problem, like some, obviously, like some creatures, some animals eat the whole thing. Other people want to be able to like pick apart certain pieces. Some people like the skin, some people don't. Like in certain places, like eyeball is a delicacy. In other places, it would be like you'd be really grossed out. Like take what you want from it, leave behind the rest. The only thing is like just don't prescribe what's best for other people. Do what's good for your table with their consent. Move on. What do you need to play? 2 to 5 characters. Love that they're dipping all the way down to 2. That's great. So you could technically like you could play with a group of 3 people, 1 GM and 2 PCs, which is usually too low for the types of games that Daggerheart might end up being like a replacement or alternative for. So that's awesome. GM, it's important to remember that you are not an antagonistic force against the players. Though you're often the one introducing the dangers and complications in a scene, your job is to challenge their characters in exciting and fun ways that let them showcase their strengths and face their flaws. Be a fan of the characters and a collaborator with the other players at the table. Be a fan of the player characters is such a huge thing that often just kind of goes assumed and missed. That is actually incredibly important to play it, like having a good time at the table. Nothing is worse than as a GM not being a fan of a specific player character. And I can only imagine what that feels like on the opposite side. If the GM isn't doing a good job of keeping their feelings to themselves. I have multiple times had players not respect the tone that I wanted to have at the table in my in a session, in a campaign. First off, that's my fault. I'm the GM, I'm the DM. I need to communicate what the tone is, be involved in the character creation process, and if something is too far afield of my expectations for tone, then that's on me to verbalize. So it's not the player's fault. But multiple times I've had player characters that were too jokey, not very serious, and didn't say anything. And it took me a while. I had to learn years ago, but tried running a campaign with a PC that I did not like the character. I thought it was stupid and silly. I loved the player, great guy, a friend. I just hated his character concept. And I should have been like, hey, you naming your D&D character after a genitals joke isn't funny past the first time you do it. And yeah, set the tone and made it difficult. That campaign didn't last very long. Game dice. So we do use the full set of normal classic RPG dice. Telling you like we said, need 2d12 dice of different colors. I'm interested. I mean, it's Critical Role. They're gonna merchandise the shit out of this game. I'm sure Laura is already working with their dice making partners to create sets that have all the normal dice that you need, but has an extra 2d12 with one specific for hope and one for fear. Maybe an extra d6 for advantage and disadvantage die. Cool. Yeah, 100% that's going to be a product that you can buy. Character tokens. These are small objects that represent the look and feel of your character. You need 7 tokens per player. Some players may require more or less depending on their character needs. As you play the game, you use these to help track several things. When you roll die, you'll add tokens to help you easily count your modifiers. When you make an action roll in combat, you'll add a token to the action tracker. Okay, I don't know what any of that is. And when you use a spell or ability, its card might ask you to place a token on it. These tokens not only make your roll and actions easier to resolve, but provide an opportunity to further express the color palette and style of your character at the table. You can use whatever small objects you would like plastic gems, pennies, buttons, but we recommend they be no larger than a quarter, sit on the table without rolling away. Ideally have a distinct appearance for your character so they won't get confused with anybody else's tokens at the table. This game group loves their trinkets. this is the same group of people that, I've put out a like very vibey and colorful character dice set for every character of their campaign so far. I have no problem with that. They're amazing. I own several of them. Um, but I also think it's great that they're like being able to. I'm sure they wanted tokens for mechanic reasons, but then finding a like what I would call the CR spin on it of like use this opportunity to like show off and like be flashy and like personalize this for you and your character. It's just big Critical Role vibes, and it's great. Game cards. Along with this rule book, you'll need the cards that come with the core set. Yeah, so I do know about this from looking at character creation. I will pull up the PDF for the cards when it feels necessary, but they're very cool, and it seems kind of like this is not a card game. It just seems like they encapsulated the specific character abilities or spells, or like ancestry information onto a card instead of storing it in a rule book, which makes it really easy for players to be able to reference their stuff. To me, the game cards, I do feel like it makes Daggerheart kind of unique. Obviously, not the first RPG to introduce cards, but I do feel like it might be one of the fewest and like anticipatory like biggest ones where game cards are an assumed thing, and it's going to like increase the cost, right? Now, like some people might say that positive or negative. I'm not saying it's a positive or a negative. I'm just saying the idea of being able to print things out or have them like purchase them ahead of time, um, and have these like cards that just belong to you that the player can keep, and you don't have to like flip back and forth in a rule book to reference what a spell does or what remind you of like an ability that your ancestry or background gives you. I think that's a huge win when talking about onboarding people to their first, second tabletop role playing game. Being able to give players, I think is kind of like similar to playbooks from like Blaze in the Dark, Powered by the Apocalypse games. But without having to have like an entire book. Like it's something unique. And it's cards. It's going to be from them. It's going to be full color. I know with the playtest materials, they give you like print sheets that you can print at home on like whatever paper you've got at your printer, or you could like send it to like a FedEx or UPS or like a print shop to like print on nice cardstock. I'm probably gonna do that. Like tactile things are good. As much as we've moved to digital, and every anecdotal poll I see in social media and online nowadays, there are more people playing completely virtually through things like Discord, Zoom, and virtual tabletops. As a guy who plays almost exclusively in person, being able to purchase or create tactile stuff, I think it separates your game and makes your game feel different and premium, right? A little nicer. You could start going down like the capitalist rabbit hole of like, I'm assuming the best here. Okay, let's all agree to assume the best from our like community leaders and like the people creating stuff that we're excited by, right? I think it'd be easy to look at something like this and say they only did this so that they can sell you more shit. Let's assume the best, that Spencer, Rowan, Matt, Travis, Marisha, when this mechanic was pitched and they were working on it, They were only looking at it in terms of, is this going to make our game better? Is it going to increase the player experience in some way? Is it going to make things easier for the player? Okay. Can we all agree? Hand up. Good. We're just going to assume the best. I'm really interested by this action tracker. I haven't seen that yet in stuff that I have seen. And it looks like they are using X-Card safety tools. I'm sure, I wonder if they've worked out something with the X-Card system creator to be able to like ship X-Cards with the book, or if it's just, we'll be told like you can have a link to it or like explain, like there's no reason to print an X card. You can just grab a note card and put a big X on it with a Sharpie. But yeah, I'm curious to see kind of how that plays out. The reference section contains character sheets and guides you'll use when building your characters. If you're using pen and paper, you want to have these printed out and available for use at the table. Cool. Character sheets and guides. I wonder if I think from what I remember, I think almost every character, every class kind of builds slightly differently. And I think they have like entirely like specific guides for each character class. I have to look and see, or can I print like a couple of classes, or is it the same guide and the sheets are just different, but they packaged it all together? Optionals, maps and miniatures. Listen, Matt was not going to let the company he partially owns to put out a game system that doesn't let him flex his second hobby of putting together 3D terrain maps and kit bashing minis and painting minis. It's legitimately something he enjoys. I'm glad that like I read something about that earlier in the introduction of like, yeah, we are definitely like we want to enable you to be able to play with like terrain and minis if that's what you want, because that's what the players want. They love that shit. Assuming the best. Safety tools, we got lines and veils, X card, and open door policy. Very cool. All good things. They're not explicit like all things that are in other games. None of these are unique. Check them out if you use safety tools at your games, please. Okay. Part 1, preparing for adventure. We got character creation. You got to create your character. You'll be responsible for physical appearance, personality, and prior experiences with relationships with other characters. Love that they're mechanizing and creating a subsystem for like pre-establishing relationships with characters. Nothing is more frustrating as a DM or GM of like the default assumption that at level 1 these characters don't know each other, and so you have to like do awkward like introductions and like give them a reason to stick around. Just skip that. All right, let's just, for the past several years, every campaign or new story that I've started is like, y'all know each other. Figure out how you know each other. So having that in the game is great. So have a session 0. There is a session 0 section in a future part, which is great. Think about character concepts. Before you make any definitive choices, you might want to briefly look at all the materials available for an idea. Yeah, pretty much. So we got a character sheet and a character guide to record your decisions. So it seems like everybody's going to need one. So just print those out. There is not a single generic character sheet or guide for you to use. They're all customized for the class you're playing. You'll find these available for download online, or you can copy them from a future pending section in this book. Super cool. So just noting for myself, that when I do playtest, I'll just need to do some printing. That's all right. I have a printer at home, but I might splurge and print the cards and stuff on cardstock at like print shop or something in full color. I can do cardstock, but color is rough and not cheap. So you start at level 1. It's not recommended to start your campaign at higher level. Sure, that works. Record character details, names and pronouns. For some people, naming and deciding on the look comes first. For others, it takes time. Do whatever. It doesn't matter what order you do it in. Cool. So the first step is to choose the class that you want to play, and then you take the character sheet and character guide that corresponds to that class. You will utilize both throughout the process. Each class is an archetype of a character that determines what abilities you have. Guardian is the tank of the group that runs in head first and protects others. You might want to be the wizard if you want unique spells. Then once you've chosen a class, you choose a subclass. You take that class's foundation card into your hand. The subclasses are subsets of each class that help further define the character you're playing. Every class begins with a unique class feature. You don't have to write this down. It's already provided in the bottom left of that of that class's character sheet. These are unique features available only to your class, so be sure to consider them when building your character. Got the hiccups. Perfect. Uno momento. Sorry about that. I'm a millennial in my 30s, so I occasionally need antacid. All right, so here's our classes and their subclass, and then I think we're gonna have to switch to looking at the cards. Or maybe I just read through this overview. Do we have the... Yeah, okay. Well, we'll stick with this for a second. So we've got the Bard. You can play the Wordsmith if you want to use clever wordplay and captivate crowds, or the Troubadour if you want to play music to bolster your allies. Druid, Warden of the Elements if you want to embody aspects of nature, or the Warden of Renewal if you want to heal. You can play the Stalwart Guardian if you want to take heavy blows and keep fighting, or the Vengeance Guardian if you want to strike down enemies and harm you or your allies. Wayfinder Ranger if you want to hut prey. Companion Ranger if you want an animal ally. Classic. Winged Sentinel if you want to take flight and strike crushing blows from the sky. Tight. Or a Divine Wielder if you want to dominate the battlefield with a legendary weapon. Also tight. Night Stalker Rogue if you want to use the cover of shadow to maneuver through your environment. Or the Syndicate Rogue if you want to have useful contacts everywhere you go. Very cool. I'd love to see how that's mechanized. And I love that it's this is a subclass that is literally there for non-combat. Like, its thing is for non-combat stuff. And that tells you the kind of game they're trying to play. Or the type of game they want to support. Better way of phrasing it. The Primal Origin Sorcerer if you want to extend the versatility of your spells. Or the Elemental Origin if you want to channel raw magic to take the shape of a particular element. We're all chasing that, like, firebender avatar vibe. I'm sure there's a more, like, prevalent anime aspect, but it's a blind spot in my fandom. So we got the Call of the Slayer Warrior if you want to strike down adversaries, or Call of the Brave Warrior if you want to use the might of your enemies to fuel you. Okay, I don't know what that means immediately. Others I've pretty much had a pretty good idea of how they were gonna, or at least what they were attempting to accomplish. I'm not sure if I understand the difference between Slayer and Brave Warriors. Might not matter. School of Knowledge Wizard, keen understanding of the world around you. School of War Wizard, if you want to utilize trained magic to enact violence. Love it. All that looks really cool. What's missing? Warlock. A warlock is kind of missing. I wonder if Seraph can be kind of reflavored into Warlock. Like if you didn't want to be like this positive, like divine god thing, but something else. Um, ooh, unarmed doesn't like a monk. I'm not opposed to there not being a monk. Um, but I'd love there to be some kind of support for an unarmed attacker. Because like the warrior seems, I mean, obviously, like kind of be your obvious assumption, but I bet it's assumed that the warrior is like armored. They don't. I don't see a like your rogue is kind of the closest thing. Even then, with like Nightwalker seems to be like your classic like stealthy guy. So yeah, it seems like maybe one of the fantasies missing right now is Warlock, of like a contract, getting powers and abilities through a, devious dark contract. And then a some kind of an unarmored melee. Um which I mean like not a problem. I like the good news as opposed to some of the books that you see on, crowdfunding or whatever, like Daggerheart's going to be published and it's going to be there's going to be supplemental material. Whether it's from Critical Role, like, or from Darrington Press or from other people. Like they do have a gaming license where once the final version of the game comes out, content creators will be able to create content for Daggerheart and monetize it. So like you know, it's okay that there's some gaps here. If anything, it's just cool. Other people will get to create it, or will like I see a witch would be very cool to play. Um, I'm thinking of other classes from like high fantasies, things like an investigator, a tinkerer, alchemist, all that. Like, there's plenty of other class fantasies that we could fill up. Yeah, MR, I imagine. I was just thinking of like I'm sure it will be since they're the playtest materials on Drive Through RPG already. Probably depending on, I mean, it's Critical Role. There's a very strong chance Daggerheart is popular enough to where it kind of warrants its own version of Drive Through RPG, similar to DM's Guild. But Drive Through RPG itself already has like support for like system, like paid content that supports other systems, where like they get the publisher gets money on the back end. So that all exists already. I imagine that's what it'll be, is like a license that you sign when selling stuff for Daggerheart through DM's Guild, or through Drive Through RPG. Since DM's Guild Wizards of the Coast specific. Now they're like side chat. I hope Demiplane eventually supports homebrew for things like Daggerheart. Like one of the for like classes too. Like it shouldn't be that difficult because the mechanics are probably pretty simple for this game, and like it's just like probably a handful of keywords. So it shouldn't be that hard to mechanically, or like in the back end of the data, to like support. One of the biggest bummers of D&D Beyond is that you can't use any third-party classes. And there's some great 5th edition third-party classes that I would love to play. But since my group, we use D&D Beyond, makes it basically impossible. So I do hope if Demiplane's like the official digital partner, that it's not locked to just like official Darrington Press stuff, that they come out with homebrew for it. All right, so we got heritage, 2 elements, ancestry and community. That's a long list of ancestries. That's awesome. I'm assuming like your ancestry probably not going to have any impacts on like ability scores for like balancing stuff, so they can just crank out a bunch of ancestries with like maybe one special ability and call it a day. Ribbit, oh, yes. Frog people. I don't know if it's because I read one too many Redwall books as a kid, but just give me all of the anthropomorphized animal species, please. Give me cats, give me dogs, give me frogs, give me goats, give me, who else have I really wanted to play? Elephants, lions. I mean, we got hippos and like the GIF for like D&D. I would take something similar. I feel like I'm missing a big one that I've always enjoyed. But yeah. Easy peasy. Then we have community. It forms the culture that they grew up in. Highborn, lowborn. Okay. I'll get some more details when I look at the cards in a specific spot. I imagine this is also just an additional mechanical benefit. I love the separation of ancestry and community. I saw something kind of similar with a Star Trek Adventures life path system of like, you can be a certain species like in that game, but like that doesn't really matter. Largely, like your environment matters just as much, if not more. So I'm glad we're kind of setting that up. Languages, you're not asked to pick specific languages. The game assumes that everyone speaks a common language and that sign language is widely understood. If you'd like to have specific regional languages, talk about it with your table. Sweet. Just get rid of that. Nobody, so few people actually utilize languages at the table. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it comes up that often for the amount of mechanical support that it comes, like D&D has with it. Though I will say, in a one-shot that I just played in last night, I was playing a Warforged with a docent, which is it's basically a C3PO. It's about orb-sized. Explicitly said that you could put it in your eye socket. So put it in my eye socket, of course. And you can use it to do things like cast detect magic, and it also knows like a crap ton of languages and just translates stuff for you. And I was like, this is how languages should work. Here we go. Character traits: agility, strength, finesse, knowledge, instinct, presence. Tight. But the verbs after each trait, examples of actions that you might take. These words are just inspiration. They don't limit what the trait might be used for. So you have agility, which you might use to sprint, leap, maneuver. High agility score means you're faster on your feet, nimbler in difficult terrain, quicker to react to danger. Your role with agility is scurry up a rope quickly, sprint to cover, or bound from rooftop to rooftop. Cool. Strength: lift, smash, grapple. Yep. Tracks. Finesse: control, hide, tinker. Okay. Love that they kind of they've split dexterity into two, separating out its agility and its finesse stuff, which is perfect. Instinct: perceive, sense, and navigate. Sweet. Presence: charm, perform, deceive. Yep. Knowledge: recall, analyze, comprehend. Cool. So if we're comparing to D20 classic stuff, they dropped Constitution and split dexterity up into agility and finesse. Just, yeah, good calls, good moves. So you, by default, we've got a standard array of +2, +1, +1, 0, 0, and -1. They don't even have a way to roll. So they're like, these are the traits you start with. I think that's good. As much as I enjoy the hell out of rolling for ability stats in 5e and other games like Pathfinder, it's really exciting. It makes it hell to manage and probably like to balance the game around. And like I overpower my party so much, intentionally, but it does mean makes it harder to balance. And so just sticking everybody with a standard array is good. It'll be interesting to see how those stats get boosted in ways. And I don't know the math curve on a 2d12 of like what to kind of expect. So I'm excited to get to that section like later. So we then have some like derived values, it looks like. So an evasion score. Your class's starting evasion score is on your character sheet. Ooh, it looks like class dependent and not like based on it. So it's not a derived value. It's not coming from like your agility or something. Evasion score is just separate and dependent on your class, which is great. Your character's health and well-being are represented by hit points and stress. Hit points are an abstract reflection of your physical fortitude and ability to take hits, both from blade and from magic. While stress reflects your ability to withstand the pressures of dangerous situations, includes both mental and emotional strain as well as the physical discomfort. You can describe your hit points and stress any way you wish, but they generally represent your character's ability to get knocked down and keep coming back. You'll mark your HP and stress when these situations arise. The fewer marks you have, the better. However, when you're attacked, you don't always have to mark HP. Instead, your class has a certain damage threshold. Ooh, okay. Indicating how much damage you can endure before marking a hit point. Find your class's starting damage threshold at the top of a section on your character sheet. Record those 3 numbers. And you'll also learn how many hit points to mark on your character sheet each time the GM tells you to take damage. Okay. I think I kind of understand this, but I'm excited to learn more. But just it tells me that HP and stress are not like they're probably pretty few. We're probably talking in the single to max double digits, probably in the teens. And that damage threshold is a way of I think it's interesting. Really interesting. Yeah, I'm excited to dig into that when we get there. All right, here's hope and fear. Hope is a currency that represents the way fate can turn in your character's favor. You start with 2 hope at character creation, and you can track on your character sheet. Anytime when you roll with hope, meaning your hope die rolled higher than your fear die, you gain an additional hope to a max of 5. Okay, good to know. During the game, you use hope to help allies, apply your life experiences to challenges, and empower your spells and abilities. Okay, so hope is kind of like your meta resource for activating abilities and spells. If you roll with fear, meaning your fear die rolled higher, the GM records this in their notes, and they later spend that fear on certain effects. Sometimes a fear roll also introduces other complications into the scene, even if you succeed. Sweet. Love that. I'm such a big fan of meta currencies and the push and pull of that economy. Is one of the reasons why I love the 2D20 system from Modiphius, and while I'm using it for like one of my own little like personal game dev projects, I love that the momentum threat economy and what it means. And I hope people experiencing something like it in Daggerheart are coming to it really excited, because it's such a cool system that I think it's, if you I would encourage, I mean, I've barely looked at the game. I wonder if it would make sense to be able to visually represent the amount of hope each character or each PC has compared to the fear the GM has. That's something that they do in Modiphius 2D20 system. And I love it because it's this really great visual representation of like the tension that's building. Like if you get into like a situation where the players are having to spend their resource just to get out of this situation, and then all of a sudden across 4 PCs, they've got a total of 3 hope, and you look over and the GM has a pile of like 6 or 7 fear, I think that's a great, like, oh man, we are getting into some real shit. It does seem like hope and fear are probably going to, I guess, are getting generated almost every roll that you make. Like, unless your die equal, which I'm sure is something, you're generating hope or fear every time you roll. So maybe it doesn't make sense. Like, it's going to be fluctuating so much. And it might not be a great one-to-one comparison with 2d20's momentum and threat system, but I'm very excited by it. I think I hope players from that aren't used to that type of thing are excited or looking forward to it. It can be extremely cool. Starting equipment. So you use physical weapons or magic weapons. So at character creation, you choose one primary and one secondary weapon. Note that if you choose a primary weapon that requires both hands, you won't be able to equip your secondary weapon at the same time. Makes sense? Yeah, I'm really interested in how they handle inventory, that kind of thing in this game. Like, I imagine if they're trying to be a narrative first, keep things moving style game, that they're not getting nitty gritty with it, but they also like their mechanics. So I'll be interested to see like what trade-offs they've made when doing something kind of, some would say, tedious, with that kind of stuff. There are weapon suggestions at the top of your character guide, but choose your like if your own. You'll find all starting tier 0 weapons later in the book. They're also available as a separate sheet to print out. Tight. At level 1, your proficiency is 1. This means you'll generally roll 1 damage die for your weapon attacks. This is recorded in active weapons section. When you equip weapons on your character, record their details in that section as well. Tip: on your character sheet in the section labeled damage, dice, and type, record your damage dice with the proficiency value already written in, like 1d6 instead of d6, reminding you how many weapon dice to roll. Then whenever you increase your proficiency, you also increase the number of dice in the damage dice section. Whoa! So whenever your proficiency goes up, you are doubling, or you are increasing the amount of dice you roll. That's crazy. That is scaling quickly. I don't know how often proficiency is going up, but if it's like once a level, that's going to get crazy and awesome. But I can see now why they're like, yeah, you might want like a couple d6s. Or like they encourage you to have multiple sets at the table. Because yeah, like things that I wouldn't be used to rolling, like 3d10. Like at some point, someone's going to be rolling 3d10 for every weapon attack. Choose your armor. Your armor, you can use armor to reduce incoming damage from attacks at character creation. You can choose one piece of armor and equip it. You can find armor suggestions at the top of your character guide. But if you'd like to choose your own, you can find all of it. Yep. When you equip armor on your character, record its details in the active armor section. Then in the armor box at the top left, record your armor score. Your armor score includes your armor's base value, plus any permanent bonuses you have to your armor from other abilities. When you take damage, you can fill a box next to your armor score, then reduce the damage by your armor score. You can even check multiple boxes to negate more damage. Crazy. Okay, so we've got multiple ways of reducing damage here. It seems like armor is here not as a DC to hit, but as a damage reduction. I guess evasion is your to hit DC. But it looks like maybe armor has limited uses for damage, and you can it's an opt-in. You can decide, I'm going to burn a slot of my armor to reduce this damage by X. You know what? I think we should open more tabs. Right? I think we should open more tabs. Let me, I've got all the docs. I just need to grab them. Boop. Boop. Should we just get a class sheet and look at it? What should we do? Let's do Guardian. Ooh. Come on. Okay, so I pulled up, this is the Guardian sheet. Here we go. Evasion starts at 6 for Guardian. Here's your armor. Oh, and here's some armor slots. So you figure out what your base score or like your armor score is. And then whenever you decide to use your armor to reduce that damage, check one of those off. Oh, and here's hit points and stress and those like damage thresholds we were talking about earlier. So minor starts at 6, major 11. So if a guardian takes less than 6 damage, they just straight up don't really get hurt. No HP. Anywhere between 6 and 11, they only mark 1 HP. Between 11 and 16, they mark 2. Then past 16, they mark 3. Okay. That's right. I understand intellectually what that means. I think, and like I understand it. I do wonder. I'm trying to, like, my brain is in crunch mode. I'm going to pull up another sheet. Let's do a glass cannon wizard. Wizard minor threshold starts at 2. So if you do 1 damage, I guess nothing happens to a wizard, but as soon as you take 2, they're marking an HP. 2, 7, and 12. But they have the same amount of HP, or it looks like, or they start out with 6. Yeah. So it looks like HP and stress are staying consistent across classes, and it's those damage thresholds that is scaling pretty wildly depending on your class. But they're not tied at all. Your armor score, your hit points, your stress, and your damage thresholds, none of that is tied to your ancestry or your community. It's all tied to your class. Which I think is the way, like, if someone was asking me to, like, redesign, this is taking even, like, a step further than the work Paizo did in Pathfinder 2nd edition to reduce the impact that Ancestry had. This is going one step farther and saying, like, it just straight up does not matter. Like, it matters. It will provide some kind of mechanical benefit, but I get it's not impacting your, like, ability scores. It's not impacting your armor, your evasion, your hit points, your stress, or your damage thresholds. All right. It's cool. I can dig. All right. Other starting items. Torch, 50 foot of rope, classics. Basic supplies, useful for things like camping. Cool. We don't need a, like, full list, but that, yeah. Basic supplies. A handful of gold. Handfuls, bags, chests, hoards, fortune. Here in gold. Very cool. Big fan. I like that obfuscation. And I mean, they're right. Like, that, do we care? Is it something that we actually, like, want to track? Probably not, right? Just realized that I didn't have capture cursor on my source, so I wasn't pointing to things. Maybe. Don't think that's been a big deal, but it just happened to look over and notice. Create your background. Next, explore your character's background by filling out the background section of your character guide. There are several prompts provided to jumpstart inspiration, but you or the GM can modify or change these questions. Think of the prompts as a jumping off point if you don't know where to start. Sweet. These are purely narrative, but they can deeply impact the kind of character you're creating and the story the GM might prepare. Over the course of character creation, feel free to adjust mechanical choices you've made in earlier steps, allowing them to better reflect this background as the shape of your character comes into clear focus. This is what it means to be narrative-focused fiction first. It's like, we're going to provide ways for you to understand your character better through, like, during the character creation process. We're not asking you to just come preloaded with a fully thought out character concept. We're going to help. And we're even going to give you explicit permission to go back and make different mechanical choices based on things you think of during this background step. This is just telling you that you can do more background work if you want, especially like if you're planning to play in a long-term campaign. But you can also choose not to do more background work, instead finding out more about your characters you play, which are whatever you find fun, and allows you to play your character in a way that feels appealing and exciting is what you should lean into. Type. Experiences. In Daggerheart, your experience is one of the core ways you'll express your character's backstory and expertise through mechanics. So we're mechanizing some of that backstory. It's just the backstory is maybe, it sounds like it's giving you the bedrock to build your experiences on top of. Get the creative juices flowing, and then let's talk mechanics. For choosing, you want to have a solid, skipped a bit. An experience is a word or phrase used to encapsulate a specific set of skills that your character might have because of the exciting life they've lived. You start with 2 experiences at character creation, one with a +2 and the other with a +1, and you'll earn more throughout your adventures. Before choosing, you'll want to have a solid idea of who your character is. Backstory questions are especially helpful with this. Well, so they called it background instead of backstory, but that's not. We read the first page, not an editor. They haven't gone through the editing process yet, so that'll be something they catch. When you're ready, work with the GM to pick 2 experiences that have shaped your character. There's no set list of experiences to choose from, though some examples are offered below. Instead, choose a word or phrase that embodies something distinctive about your character. It should be specific. For example, talented or focused are too broad, as they can apply to almost any situation. Instead, you might use swashbuckler or magic studies. Additionally, your experience can't give you spells or specific game abilities. For example, take flight or one-hit kill. You might consider acrobatics or assassin instead. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. They would try. Players would absolutely try. You are also encouraged to add flavor to your experience to give it more varied use and play. For example, instead of just assassin, you could choose something like the Assassin of the Sapphire Syndicate. This kind of detail gives your GM an exciting faction to weave into your campaign. It also makes it easier to use the experience outside combat. For example, if you encounter an ally of the Syndicate, you might be particularly adept at negotiating with them based on your experience. To use an experience, anytime you make an action roll, if you feel like an experience could help, you can spend a hope to add its modifier to your roll. Sometimes you might feel like more than one of your experiences is a good fit. If it fits your story, if it fits the story, you can apply more than one experience modifier to a roll, spending a hope for each. And then you can gain new experiences as you gain new levels. You're also not stuck with the ones you've already chosen. The GM might notice the way you're using the experience isn't a good fit, or you might feel like one of the choices doesn't match how you've come to understand your character. When you and your GM realize this, work together to find the experiences that best reflect the kind of character you're intending to play. Sweet. So, experiences, not a new subsystem. See that in, there's one in 2D20 drives. I believe it's called Drives in 2D20. Um, it's a big part of Fate, if I'm recalling correctly, of like coming up with these little like phrases that are truths, inherent truths about your character, and using those, like invoking a truth to be able to like change and modify a role or something like that. Love that they're bringing this into this style of game. Again, another great mechanic. Another check progress on that, developing toward a North Star mission that we're tracking as we look through this. They're definitely going, like, this is definitely a mechanic that supports the work of like creating this narrative focused fiction first stuff. So like being able to impact mechanically something that's just represented in kind of like a not like an ability in a class that you pick, but just something that you would have experienced in your life previously is great. Love that. Then we then have choose your domain cards. Domains are the core building blocks of a class. In the core rulebook, they consist of Arcana, Blade, Bone, Codex, Grace, Midnight, Sage, Splendor, and Valor. Each domain has a domain deck, a deck of cards that contains a set of abilities and spells with a central theme or focus. For details, see the upcoming domain section. Don't mind if I do. Each class is formed by combining two of these domains. For example, the warrior is Blade and Bone, the druid is Sage and Arcana, and the rogue is Midnight and Grace. Yep, all that makes sense. This combination is noted at the top of your character sheet, and the colors and symbols are found on your class foundation card. To create your new character, look at all the level 1 cards from your class's 2 domains and choose 2 to begin the game. Returning the rest to their respective decks, you might take 1 from each or 2 from a single domain, whatever you prefer. These cards grant you special spells and abilities. You'll be able to choose another each time you gain a level. So we're kind of in this zone of... like, again, I think it's brilliant that they've decided to move abilities and spell descriptions out of a book that has to be passed around or referenced anytime someone forgets the exact wording of their mechanics. Let's just put them on a card that then the players can all hold on to and reference. I think it's great. And again, we're believing the best. We could be cynical, or we're choosing not to be. Each class shares its domain with at least one other class. For example, Blade is shared between Guardian and Warrior, Sage is shared between Druid and Ranger, and Grace is shared between Bard and Rogue. If a fellow player's class has the same domain as yours, you're encouraged to coordinate with them and choose different cards from that domain deck, even if your group has multiple copies. This gives everyone a chance to shine with their own special abilities. However, if the GM and players agree, feel free to make an exception. Sharing cards is especially common when more than one player chooses the same class, or when 3 or more players share the same domain. As always, it comes down to open communication between the players and GM. Love that this is actually a question I had looking at some of the closed beta character creation stuff that I got to take a look at before this open beta started. I was curious about the uniqueness of a domain card. Like, if player A picks one, but player B had access to it, like how to divvy that out. I like that they've encouraged people to go with different cards, even if you've got a shared domain. And that would have been my default too. I think like when I run playtests, or if I run a campaign with this when it comes out, that would be my encouragement too. Is like, don't pick the same class, and do your best to pick different domain cards. unless you like one ability seems really specific. Maybe matters less, assuming that you can go backwards and pick a level 1 card at future levels matters less probably, but yeah. Love that. Again, believing the best about the cards. I think it's a very cool and a very cool system, a pretty unique way of giving players the resources they need to understand their characters, and I think it is helpful for onboarding new players because they can just constantly be looking at their stuff. Their character sheet doesn't get overcrowded. I think it's a good bit. Step 9, create your connections. You've almost finished. Now it's time to forge connections. They represent the relationships and personal history between you and the rest of your party members. Yes, here we go. This is the kind of stuff I gobble up. Once all the players feel comfortable with their finished or almost finished characters, summarize your characters for each other. Minimum, share your name, pronouns, character description, experiences, and the answers to your background questions, but feel free to include other details you'd like the players to know. Once everyone has shared who they'll be playing, work together to decide how your characters are connected and how you feel about each other. The connections section of your character guide provides inspiration for those connections. It's recommended to pick at least one question to ask another PC, but you're welcome to create new ones. And you can always turn down a question or relationship from another player if it's not a good fit or not a relationship you're interested in exploring. While it's great to create connections with every player, it's perfectly okay if you're not sure about some of them yet. You can always discover your relationships throughout play. These connections are just a starting block. Love it. Sweet. After connections are complete, you're ready to play. The remainder of part 1 contains resources to use in building your characters, such as information on domains, classes, and resources. Okay. How long do you think they spent trying to figure out if they could split up an existing step or create a step 10? Just for symmetry. My brain is like, oh man, step 9, we're going to stop there. We can't fake a step 10. Just for symmetry. I'm not complaining. That was a joke. Here's an example character. Ooh, all right, domains. Domains are the core themes that make up each class. The combination of 2 domains forms the basis for each class's abilities and spells. Arcana is the domain of innate or instinctual use of magic. Those who walk the path tap into raw enigmatic forces of the realms to manipulate both the elements and their energy. So this is why, like, wizards are not Arcana, right? Doesn't look, they don't have like a quick little lookup, but wizards don't do innate or instinctual use of magic. They would be different. Blade, mastery of weapons. Bone, domain of master of swiftness and tactical mastery. Uncanny control of their own physical abilities and an eye for predicting the behavior of others in combat. They know combat in their bones. That's I was trying to connect the name bone to the description. It seems a little not the most descriptive. But if you kind of go with that, like, as compared to Blade, where they know weapons and they've mastered weapons, Bone is like they know combat deep in their bones. Like it's an instinctual understanding of combat. Yeah, okay, I can get there. I don't really care that it's there. Doesn't perfectly. I don't feel like it's as descriptive. It's not a real complaint. Just kind of like, I wonder if we could, like, this is the kind of thing in a playtest I might be like, hey, can we, how tied to bone are you? Like, is there another evocative singular word that does a better job? I'm sure they've tried. And if bone's the best that they've come up with, I'm fine with that. That's fine. Codex is intensive magical study. Those are going to be your wizards. Who else would be Codex? because they all share. Sorcerers are innate, usually. Druids are too, because they explicitly call like raw elemental stuff. So I feel like druids are probably arcana, and the sorcerers, so maybe codex is bards. They have to practice their like instrumentation or their poetry, their words. So that might kind of fulfill some of that codex fantasy. Grace, the domain of charisma. Rapture is storytelling, clever charm, or a shroud of lies. Midnight, shadows and secrecy. Clever tricks or a cloak of night. Those who channel those forces are practiced in the art of obscurity. There's nothing hidden that they cannot reach. Midnight offers practitioners the incredible power to control and create enigmas. All right. Sage is the domain of the natural world. Splendor is the domain of life, and valor is the domain of protection. We then have domain cards. Here's an example. So I have level and domain. These are in the top left. So there's a level 1 domain card for the bone domain. A recall cost. The top right of the card lists a number next to a firebolt. This is the card's recall cost. Once you reach level 5, you'll have more cards than you do space in your loadout. When you want to move a card from your vault to your loadout, you'll either need to do so during downtime or mark the number of stress indicated on the card to swap it out immediately. Interesting. We call this mechanical depth. Y'all. Love that. Okay. So that's a steep ramp up. Like going from level 1 to level 5 is nothing. I think the game only goes to level 10. So you have a lot of time to figure it out. But then once you hit level 5, you're definitely going to have to pick and choose. And you're not sworn off from ever using an ability that isn't in your current loadout. There's just a cost associated with getting that. So then, like, I imagine there's going to be, I hesitate to say a meta, but there's almost going to be, like, there is going to be some tactical thought in, like, weighing a ability's value and the use, like how often you might think it might be used, and its recall cost. Like something that's only recall cost 1, like maybe it's worth, like if I need it, then it only costs 1 stress to go and get it. Get it when I need it, as opposed to it taking up a slot. That's really cool. I dig that a lot. There's a card type in the center of the card. I'm assuming there's like ability. Abilities, spells, and grimoires. Abilities are mundane as opposed to spells, which are magical. Excuse me. And then grimoires are unique to the codex domain and are a collection of smaller spells bundled together. Some game mechanics only apply to one of the types of cards. Okay. So, singular ability per card, a singular spell per card. But then if you're a codex domain class, which is wizard, and I think I'd assume bard, maybe sorcerer, if it's a different fantasy. Like I would say that of the 4, I would say that like the whole fantasy of like a D&D sorcerer is that they have not really learned that it is a innate ability within them, but I think the way they've rolled it out is like they might have kind of backed themselves into a corner a little bit of like saying we're not going to have any 2-for-2 overlap, but each class is going to have like 1 overlap with another domain. You're like, I'm sure there's like one bit where it's like, oh, well, kind of have to squeeze this in or rework, like reflavor, reposition the fantasy of this to fit, which is fine. And maybe it's good for differentiating from other classic popular high fantasy role-playing games. Using a domain card. Some of your domain cards provide moves that you can make like a unique attack or a spell you cast. Others may be passive benefits that always apply while you hold that domain card. There are also domain cards that provide additional options during downtime or social encounters, while others give a one-time benefit, then are removed from the game. Okay. Unless a card states otherwise, you don't remove it from your loadout after you benefit from it. You can use most cards in your loadout as many times as you wish. Some domain cards have an exhaustion limit that restricts how often you can use that card, for example, once per short rest. If you use that card, you'll need a way to remember that it's temporarily unavailable. You might choose to take the card out of your hand and place it face down on the table, turn it around, like tapping it. That would be cool. Or use any other method to remind you that you've already used it. If a card allows for a certain number of uses, you could place a token on it. Yeah, cool. Wow, they've given, like, putting things in these cards, like, as the more I'm reading about all the types of things that a domain card could be used, there's some obvious mechanical depth here that obviously benefits from it being a card, as opposed to like just an ability that's tracked on a sheet. Like previously we talked about like believing the best of like believing that they picked to use cards for the benefit of the game, like the mechanics and the play experience. Obvious they did that. Now I think as I'm like learning more about it, it's obvious that it's not a gimmick and it's not a way to like sell you a different product. It is inherent to the game design, which I love. So cool. You can only have 5 domain cards active at any one time, along with your subclass, ancestry, and community cards. So those don't count. Those are just there. At lower levels, you won't have enough time or enough cards for this to be an issue, but once you reach level 5, you'll need to choose. Cards in your loadout can be held in your hand or placed on the table. Do whatever makes it easy to access them. Any cards in your loadout are considered active and can be utilized or benefited from. Your vault will contain domain cards that are inactive and not currently in your loadout. Vault cards should be kept somewhere out of the way, but close enough that they're available if they need to be accessed during a session. I wonder if the ratio, like the size of these cards, would fit in just like any old... like I'm thinking like the 9-slot card storage, like plastic things that would like go in like a 3-ring binder that I had as a kid for like my Pokemon cards. I don't have enough expensive Magic cards to store them in binders that way. I just have rows of storage boxes. But as like I'm seeing all this, it's like I wonder if it's just like, oh, like making a little 3-ring binder to like put your character sheet maybe like in a protected sleeve so you can like easily mark off hope and stress, HP and stuff like that with like a dry erase marker on the plastic protector, and then like next to that having your like 3 or your 9 sleeve like card holder that you could put all of your domain cards in, and then your vault can just be somewhere separate so you can like protect them but also just like have them easily laid out, because I don't think I would hold my cards in my hand. That seems like not what I would imagine doing playing a tabletop role-playing game, but I can see myself putting together a cheap little like 3-ring binder, like notes, all of my domain cards, character sheets, stuff like that. Swapping cards. If you want to switch a card from your vault to your loadout, you can do so immediately by marking stress equal to the card's recall cost. So you do trade. You don't just get access to it. You make like a trade for a while. And then you can adjust your loadout during a short or long rest and don't need to pay the recall cost. So downtime can happen during a short or long rest. It'll be interesting to see how they define those. Similarly, if your loadout's full when you level up and gain a new card, you can immediately move one of the previously active cards into your vault and add the new card to your current loadout at no cost. If an effect tells you to place a card permanently in your vault, that card is essentially removed from play. You can't move a card back into your loadout by any means. What is that? I'm trying to think of like an ability or spell that once you use it, you just never use it again. That's crazy. Like I could imagine like consumable items being like cards that you could like hand out to players, and I'm sure that will be a thing. But like an ability, unless like consumables, like a healing potion, would that be a domain card that then just goes away? I don't know. I'm so interested to see these like one-time use domain cards. So interesting. All right, so here's our classes. Okay, so they've got them just kind of spelled out here without like looking at the cards. Should I open the cards? Here's our subclass cards. There's a bar, we got the wordsmith and the troubadour. You can see like the type, like obviously foundation because it's got the domain, like it looks different than the like ability domain cards. Wordsmith, foundation, spellcast ability is presence, heart of a poet. When speaking to a person you're trying to impress, persuade, or offend, use at least 3 rhyming words and spend a hope to add 1d4 to the action roll against them. And then you also get rousing speech. Once per long rest, you can give a heartfelt, inspiring speech. All allies that can hear you clear a stress. I love all of it, kind of, except for the use at least 3 rhyming words. I think it fits Daggerheart and the types of games that Critical Role plays. Like, I think we've kind of, I have not, maybe we have coined it as like actor troupe gameplay, where every player is going first person into their character and acting, speaking, behaving as if they are their character. And a lot of people find that uncomfortable, myself included. I'm not uncomfortable when other people do it. I just can't do it. I'm not as good at it, especially playing a bard. So like tying down, I would listen, if lean into it, put it on there. I would say if someone came to me and I was running a Daggerheart game, someone wanted to play a bard, I would say if there's a specific, if the card says you have to do something specific, like you, the player, with like your words or whatever, you don't actually have to do that. It's going to be fun for a ton of people. We don't ask warriors to swing a sword or spin around really fast when making a like special attack. So it feels unfair to ask maybe potentially not the like quickest wordsmiths in real life, but they maybe will want to play wordsmith in fantasy because it's supposed to be fantasy. And maybe they're trying to get better at it, but want permission to like not have to sit there and like come up with a limerick. I'd be okay with that as a GM. I'm not saying it's bad that Daggerheart like mechanicized that, but I just wouldn't be a thing at my table unless a player. Like, it would be optional. Not that it wouldn't be a thing. It would be optional. Sorry about that. Got a little hungry. Need to have a little snacky. Got top tier snacks with me tonight. Got peanut butter M&Ms and the purple bag, like spicy chili Doritos. S tier snacks. Okay. So starting evasion score of 9, that seems high for Bard. But I think that probably comes from that Grace Codex, right? Like Bards are these lithe. I would previously say like kind of potentially dexterous. And Bards are Codex. There we go. So I was right. I had a feeling. Those damage thresholds are pretty low, but that makes sense. Then some items. You have a romance novel or a letter never opened. That is some good trinkets. Man, some of the trinkets that come with like a D&D 5e like background or whatever are so like unhelpful. But a letter never opened, dang. Then you have a class feature. That wasn't... So this is just available to all bards. I think this is one that's printed on the bard character sheet. At the beginning of a session, place a d6 on your character sheet with the lowest number, 1, facing up. When anyone in your party rolls with fear, turn the rally die to increase its value by 1. So it's like a count up, like a countdown, or spin down die. When it would increase the value above 6, so once you hit 6 and then the next time that this like ability triggers, instead remove the die, describe how you rally the party, and give every character who listens a 1d6 rally die. They can spend this die to roll and add the result to any action, reaction roll, or damage roll. If your rally die hasn't finished this countdown by the end of a session, distribute the current value shown on the die as hope, splitting it any way you choose, and remove the die. And then the die increases to a d8 at level 5. I love this. This is the first real class feature ability that we've seen, but already just from like seeing examples, we are getting such a diverse set of mechanics that immediately make sense, but are so cool and just handled so differently from what people might be used to. I love it so much. Like the idea of like using a d6 to track this specific thing. And then it's not an action that you have to take. It's just something that's passively happening. Like the bard is it's a constant vibe check. And when the vibes get too bad, the bard is there to make sure everybody's okay and to rally the spirit, give everybody a little boost. And I love that they already like, hey, and don't worry, like you don't have to remember what your rally dice value was. Like it's almost a way of like I mean like that could be a big hope boost, especially if you're playing with like a smaller party, like potentially having as many as 6 hope to distribute among the party. That's a big boost in and of itself. That's awesome. Love that. And then the dice you distribute increases to a d8, but you're still tracking on a d6 at level 5. So cool. Just a really big fan of this. And then you have the wordsmith. The foundation features, then a specialization feature might come as you level up. Here's level up options. At level 2, you get an additional experience. And then every time you level up, choose 2 available options from the list below, mark them. So between at levels 2, 3, and 4, you can only do each of these things once. And then every time you level, you increase your severe damage threshold by 2, and you get a new domain deck card at your level or lower. At levels 2 through 4, you can increase 2 unmarked character traits by 1 and then mark them. Wow. So your ability scores can go up. Am I reading that right? Unmarked character traits. That's our ability scores, right? Assign character traits, yeah. So your ability traits, you can increase 2 of them by 1 every time you level up. But you can't, I'm assuming, yeah, you can only do unmarked. So that's really cool. Like, those ability scores are going up. I mean, they're optional. You don't do it every time. You could do it every time you leveled up, but you'd be by level 4 if you were like going in order priority. You're potentially increasing traits that like you don't care about as much. Or you can permanently add an additional hit point slot, permanently add 1 stress slot, increase 2 experiences by 1. That you should be doing that. Experiences are good. Increase your proficiency by 1. You should be doing that. Your proficiency is very good. Permanently add 1 armor slot. Or take +1 to your evasion. Good. Increase your major damage threshold by 2. Pretty good. Increase your minor threshold by 1. Good. Good. I love this level up system. I adored this. I promise I'm not just here glazing Daggerheart because it's Critical Role and I'm a Critical Role fan. I'm seeing things that make sense, but aren't necessarily things I've seen in the other systems that I've read. And I'm not an expert in a ton of other game systems. Like I really only ran and played 5th edition, Pathfinder 2E, and Fate. Those are the games I've run a campaign on. The ones that I would say like I understand pretty well. And I'm sure this exists elsewhere. Like we saw that huge list of touchstones. But I'm just saying, like you could tell me in the comments this is straight up lifted from 13th Age, or like, Zach, haven't you like read this Powered by the Apocalypse game? Like this is how Powered by the Apocalypse levels up. And I'll admit, Powered by the Apocalypse is like my blind spot. I've only, which one were we doing here on the channel in the past, like sometime in 2024? I was looking at a Powered by the Apocalypse game. It was the first one that kind of started to click for me. Was it Urban Shadows 2E, maybe? Powered by the Apocalypse, I know, is really popular. It's just one that hasn't necessarily like mechanically like clicked with me yet. I think it's just it's in a spot where like I haven't watched any really like in-depth actual plays to like see it in play, and I haven't played one. I just really love this. It's just really great. It's simple but flexible. It's useful. Like there's no like bait options here. Like one of these isn't obviously worse than the rest. Like some are better than others. Like at level 2, there's a big power boost from level 1 to 2 because you're getting an additional experience. I would take a character trait increase and increase my primary ability on my foundation card and one other else, like whatever fits best for you. And then I would increase. I mean, it depends on what you want. There's other good options. If you care about doing damage, I would increase your proficiency by 1. And then you get a new domain deck card, potentially a level 2 or a level 1 that you wanted, but couldn't get. Like, that's massive. Then, like, if you're playing a tank, maybe proficiency is used in elsewhere, but like being able to take probably add an armor slot or increase one of your damage thresholds. I don't know. It all just seems very good. And then starting at level 5, you can multi-class, choosing an additional class for your character, then cross out an unused, take an upgraded subclass card. It's interesting they're supporting multi-class. I think that's brave of them and like noble of them. I wouldn't have blamed them if they didn't. Wouldn't blame them. Wouldn't blame them at all. Okay. Really cool. I don't know. So far, I think this is very well put together. I think it makes sense. I think it's good. I think it's we're hitting a lot of the fantasies that you would want to fulfill. And they don't have to do them all in like one go. The game's going to be around. And there's some obvious mechanical complexity for people who like crunchy stuff. And then there's some very cool, like very useful, like mechanically useful role-playing stuff that for the types of people that want to lean into really like inhabiting your character, doing some acting. It's there for you with like experiences. But then like some of the complex stuff, things like I'd be interested to see, like, they want combat to not like stop down in like rounds, but to me, I'll be interested to see how fast you can go with getting hit, figuring out how much damage. You know what I mean? Damage thresholds is a little complicated. The way they designed it on the sheet, perfect, really makes sense. But it really helped me visualize what was going on. But like there's definitely complexity. So we've got our druid, starting evasion score of 8, the sage and arcana domains, damage thresholds of 4, 9, 14. Got a small bag of rocks and bones or a strange pendant that you found in the dirt. Class feature for druids, a wild touch. You can perform harmless, subtle effects that involve nature at will, like causing a flower to rapidly grow, summon a slight gust of wind, start a campfire, etc. Love that. No, like they explicitly call out that it is harmless and subtle. So we're not talking, not really a mechanical benefit, but this is a great living in your character, fulfilling a fantasy ability. And then you throw on top of that beast form. You also take a beast form sheet, mark a stress to transform into a magical creature equal to your level or lower from the available options. You lose your abilities, weapons, armor, and domain cards, but gain all the features and trait bonuses of the creature. You can drop out of this form at any time. So we've got a shape-shifting druid in this game too. And that's for all druids. And then you pick a subclass. Warden of the Elements. You get spell casting based on the instinct trait. Your foundational feature is elemental incarnation. You can mark a stress to embody an elemental spirit, lasting for an hour or until you use this ability again. If you inhabit a fire spirit, when an enemy in melee range deals damage to you, they take a 1d10 magic damage. I like some of the things, like we're running into things that tell us more about the game. Magic damage as opposed to like magical fire damage. The fact that they've just condensed it all down to physical damage or magic damage, there's still going to be resistances. There still might be things that give you a boost in one or the other. But instead of calling out like 12 different flavors of magic, let's just reduce complexity, maybe what I would call unnecessary complexity for the type of game Daggerheart is trying to be. And instead, we still have it. It's just physical or magical. It's great. I think they've made a lot of good, smart design choices for fulfilling their North Star mission, which is creating a collaborative, narrative-focused, fiction-first, heroic, emotional role-playing game. Probably said that a lot. Earth, +2 to your armor score. Water, when you deal damage to an enemy in melee, all other very close enemies mark a stress. Air, you can hover 2 feet, getting advantage on agility rolls. And I believe we saw advantage or disadvantage is a d6 dice that I imagine adds or subtracted from your overall roll. Specialization feature. Once per short rest, while in elemental incarnation, you give the area within close range of you an effect from the list below. Tight. This effect follows you until you take severe damage or the GM spends fear to end it. Those are our first call out of something a GM can spend fear on. I like that a lot. Mastery feature. When you use your elemental incarnation, you further embody the spirit and gain the additional benefits below. Love it. Just really cool. Like a Warden of the Elements druid just seems like they have a ton of versatility. Can fill a lot of different roles in combat. You can choose to boost your damage with fire. You can choose to make yourself harder to hit. Maybe even your allies also harder to hit with earth. You can do AoE damage, like debuff other enemies with water. Allies or with air, you can, I get agility rolls isn't necessarily like evasion, but like, I don't know, damage reduction, getting out of the way, like more avoidable. Really cool. And then Warden of Renewal is our healing. Also instinct spellcast. I'm interested. Maybe they're doing this spellcast trait, calling this out at the subclass level instead of the class level. We haven't seen it yet, but maybe they're leaving themselves in the community room to create things that have different spellcasting traits based on your subclass choice. So Warden of Renewal, Clarity of Nature, once per long rest. You can create a space of natural serenity. After spending a few minutes resting within space, you can clear stress equal to your instinct trait, distributed as you choose between you and your allies. You also get regeneration. You can touch a creature and spend 3 hope to heal 1d4 of their hit points. 3 hope's a lot if your max is 5, but if that's what you do, that's what you do. And I wonder how much healing there is available in the game, just in general. There might not be a lot. Sorry, I keep moving away from my mic. I should be much closer, like this. And then specialization feature, you can use, once you're specialized in Warden of Renewal, you can use any of your foundation features in beast form. And then once per long rest, you can target yourself or an ally in close range and clear a number of armor slots equal to your instinct. That's tight. That would be huge. Um, to me, that feels being able to clear multiple armor slots on the right target is probably going to be more impactful than hit points on others. But healing 1d4 of the hit points, there was only 5 hit points, right? 6 maybe? So 1d4 is a lot, actually. As a equivalent. Same. No. Yes. Yeah, 6 hit points. 5 or 6. I can't remember exactly, but I mean, there's a big difference when it's just 5 or 6. 20% of a difference, I think. But yeah. Okay, never mind. Both good. The mastery feature, your animal transformation embodies a healing guardian spirit. When you are in beast form, when an ally within close range marks 2 or more hit points, you can mark a stress to reduce the amount of hit points they mark by 1. Love that. I think these level options are the same. Yeah, I think so. So your word of the elements is if you don't think you're going to beast form every time, where Warden of Renewal, when do you get your specialization feature? I don't see that listed in level up options. It must be in the cards. Oh, here, yeah. Here, the specialization cards. Or no? Yes. There's a foundation, and then the specialization. But it doesn't say when you get these, does it? Did I miss that somewhere? As you gain levels, you have a chance to choose your subclass's specialization card, gaining a unique move from it. It just says as you level up. But I don't see it. Upgraded subclass card here in the levels 5 to 7. Okay. That's what they mean. I think I think if that's the same thing, I think we need to reword that. Because that's not obvious to me. Because to me, the specialization feature isn't an upgrade on the foundation feature. It's a new feature based on your subclass, not an upgrade. An upgrade to me is like a replacement. Like the thing, your foundation ability gets better, but it's not really. It seems like in addition to. So I think we might need to reword that in the level up options. Figuring out a different way of saying taking an upgraded subclass card. Because I would just call it like take your specialization. I guess the way they're taking it is that if you go levels 5 through 7 and don't pick the specialization feature, then by kind of naming this generically, you can get the specialization feature at 8. But if you did take the specialization feature at 5 to 7 and like 3rd tier, you can upgrade that to mastery. But I think this needs to be called out a little more. That was confusing, and I had to do a little like back and forth hunting, and I still feel like I'm assuming. I don't feel like that's clear cut. 2.5 hours into the stream, and I am on page 43 of a 300-page book. There's no shot anybody's watching all of this. This is for me, I guess. So we've got Guardians, an array of martial professions, and such a title speaks more to their moral compass and incredible fortitude than the means by which they fight. Those of this class may choose to join groups of militants for either country or cause, but Guardians are more likely to follow those few they truly care for, majority be damned. They're known for fighting with remarkable ferocity, even against overwhelming odds, more likely to utilize defensive tactics that protect their cohort than charge forward with abandon. Woe be unto those who harm the ally of a guardian, as they will not soon forget such a grievance. So this is a Valor Blade domain, starting source 6, easy to hit, but pretty beefy damage threshold, 6, 11, 16. 6 is the highest we've seen so far. I think Druid was like 4. Yeah, 4. A stone totem from your mentor or a secret key. Ooh, secret key. Secret key. Very cool. Unstoppable. Once per long rest, you can become unstoppable. Your unstoppable die begins as a D4. Place it on your character sheet in the designated section of your class features, starting with the die's highest value facing up. While unstoppable, you gain resistance to physical damage, add an additional D6 to any damage rolls you make, and can spend stress to re-roll any single die that you've rolled. Anytime you roll your damage dice, reduce the unstoppable value by 1. When you would reduce the value below 1 or the scene ends, remove it and drop out of unstoppable. A level 3 becomes a D6. A level 7 becomes a D8. This is cool. I love this like count down, count up dice mechanic. Unstoppable feels like a barbarian's rage with different flavor, but I love the fact that it's counting down as you do damage. It's creating this like mechanical, tactical decision that you have to make as a guardian. It's like, really, I'm here to take up space. I am resistant to physical damage. I'm taking up space, and that lasts less every time I do damage. So like it's a mechanic that immediately feeds into the fantasy of this guardian of like, as long as I am protecting the people that I love, I am doing the right thing, and I can keep doing this for a while. But if you start doing damage, you're losing that unstoppable ability feature. I also think it's interesting. We actually heard earlier in the introduction that it's roundless combat. So I don't actually know how often a guardian could be rolling dice, like a damage dice. We don't know, but it's not tied to like a timing thing. It's a act you choose to do as a player, which I love. Then you have the Stalwart or Vengeance. Some classes, Stalwart, if you want to take heavy blows and keep moving. When you take this foundation, raise all of your damage thresholds by 2. And then when you take physical damage, you can spend Hope instead of marking an armor slot to reduce the damage by your armor score. That is wild. That is wild. Unkillable. Your damage thresholds becomes 8, 13, and 18. And then as long as you are generating or getting hope in some way, assuming that you are like, you go big on armor, between your damage thresholds and your armor score, you can just keep burning hope and just never take damage. And you can just sit there being a nuisance, keeping your people protected. God, that's cool. This is the best fulfillment of tank fantasy that I've seen in a fantasy game. Period, bar none. And I've read a lot. This is the best fulfillment of the heavy armored tank fantasy I've seen. And it's not complicated. It's just you're really good at the things that keep you up. God, so cool. Then when you specialize, all your damage thresholds go up by another 1. And then when an ally within very close range takes damage, you can mark an armor slot to reduce the damage by your armor score. Like, mechanically, so simple. But, like, I immediately know what's happening in the fiction, too. Like, by burning an armor slot, I am putting myself in between you. And because we're not dealing with, like, 5-foot gridded combat, it's just, you're close to me, you're very close to me, I'm jumping in. Putting my shield in the way. I am protecting you with my heavy plate armor. God, that's cool. Mastery feature. You raise all your damage thresholds by 2 again. If you do this, if you take the mastery feature by level, 7 or 8, your damage thresholds are 11, 16, and 21. And then with your armor class or your armor score and being able to burn hope instead of an armor slot. And I imagine as you're leveling up, you're giving yourself more armor slots. Like you're just never going to die. Like I feel like I immediately get most of the mechanics of this game. Like, and I haven't even dived into like a ton of other stuff. I'm just reading the base subclass features, but I feel like I'm immediately grasping some of the key stuff. And like I know, like I've been sitting here on stream for almost 3 hours, but someone could be doing this a lot faster. I'm talking out loud at the speed only my brain and mouth can communicate. I'm going on tangents. I'm trying to explain my thought processes. Someone could do this in a third of the time, read this book for an hour, and I feel like they're getting a really good, I feel like you can get a good understanding of how this all works together. Then we have the Vengeance, where you want to strike down enemies. You immediately gain an additional armor slot, and then if you were hit by an enemy in melee range and used at least 1 armor slot to reduce the damage, you immediately do damage to them equal to your armor value. So this is the equivalent of you hit me, I stuck my gauntleted arm up, and then I immediately just come back with my shield and bash you in the head. Love that you're not rolling. It's just a flat value. It might not be a ton. I don't know what armor values. Is armor value the same thing as armor score? Armor, I guess it's probably the same. I don't know if that's maybe an inconsistency out of editing from like not having an editing phase yet. I thought it was armor score. I don't have a preference between the two. Specialization feature: when an enemy damages an ally within melee range, the next successful attack you make against that enemy has +1 proficiency. Remember, proficiency dictates how many damage dice you roll. So if you just went from 1d8 or 2d8 to 3d8, like that is drastically scaling up the amount of damage that you do. That isn't just you're going from 1d8 plus 1 to 1d8 plus 2. No, you're going from 1d8 to 2d8. Then a mastery feature: spend a hope to mark an enemy until your next rest. When you make an attack roll against an enemy that you've marked this way, you can adjust your hope or fear die by +1. First time we've seen a +1 to like one of the die results as a mechanic. And the reason why they've worded it this way is because you want to be able to know if you're generating hope or fear, not just what the total of your duality dice is. So like in other systems, you would probably see you can get a +1 to your attack roll, but you don't necessarily want that because depending on what you roll on your die, you may want to get a +1. So for instance, if you, let's say you roll a 8 and a 7 on your duality dice, 8 hope, 7 fear. Could you use this mastery feature to increase that fear dice from a 7 to an 8? Now all of a sudden you got 2 8s and you crit? Can you use this mastery feature to turn non-crits into crits? I think that's the only, I mean, like, because it's just by +1, if they're equal, it's a crit. I don't know if you would want to up one value, like up your hope dice so that you generate hope, and then flip it if you're like the other direction. If your fear is 1 over your hope, if you like, the only reason why you would do this is to turn it into a crit. That's the only option. Now, if it was adjust the die by 2, that gives you, like, I mean, it's kind of a lot. It's a big swing. It's a big bonus, but the options open up. It becomes more viable that you might turn, like, if it's +1, you're only ever turning a fear generating roll into a crit or a hope generating roll into a crit because they're only +1 away from another, or you're just increasing the value by +1 in general, which like is a benefit, but like they spell it out as you can adjust your hope or fear die 1 for a reason. I feel like or if it was +2, if your fear and hope die was only 1 off, you could turn a fear generating roll into a hope generating roll by like your hope becoming, if your fear dice was 8 and your hope was 7, that 7 becomes a 9. Now all of a sudden it's not a crit, but you're generating hope, which I'm not sure what the goal is here because they didn't spell it out explicitly. If the goal is to be able to turn, like, you're in general, you're just getting a +1 to the total of your roll, which is pretty good. Or you're turning a normal roll into a crit. Excellent. Great. But if it was +2, that value's going up. But I like the idea more of being able to turn a fear generating roll into a hope generating roll. But that's, and this is just like, because it's just called mastery feature instead of something like, something that tells you the design goal of like, we want you to be able to turn a non-crit into a crit. I'm just not sure what they were trying to accomplish. It's achieving something. Just not sure if that's what they were trying to do. Rangers, highly skilled hunters, who, despite their martial abilities, rarely lend their skills to an army. Through mastery of the body, deep understanding of the wilderness, Rangers transform themselves into sly tacticians, accustomed to fighting without the aid of an organized military force. Many Rangers do, however, fight alongside an animal companion, with whom they forged a powerful spiritual bond. Had to do it. In honor of Trinket. This is our Bone and Sage class with a starting evasion of 10, the highest we've seen, with lower damage thresholds 4, 9, and 14. Class items, a trophy from your first kill, very cool, or a seemingly broken compass. That seemingly is doing a lot of work. Class feature, Ranger's Focus. Spend hope and make an attack with your weapon. On a success, you temporarily have focus on the target, along with doing damage from the attack. While focused, you know precisely what direction they're in. All damage rolls you make against them add an additional D8 or D6. On a missed attack you make against them, you may end Ranger's Focus to re-roll your duality dice and take the new result. Whoa. You may only hold Ranger's Focus on one creature at a time. So, Hunter's Mark type ability. that is very cool. That last one is very cool. I mean, yeah. I really like that. This is a good class feature. A good class feature. It doesn't look like that D6 scales, which might be fine. Maybe one of the like Wayfinder class abilities upgrades that. Spellcast trading ability. So we do have a magical ranger, which people might have feelings about. It's fine. Apex predator. Mark a stress to increase your proficiency by 1 when rolling damage. When you deal damage to an enemy, you can never hit below their minor threshold. Pardon? This is in the ranger subclass? What are we doing? Holy shit. That's crazy. Like, essentially, at level 1, you are doubling the amount of roll damage, or the amount of damage dice that you roll, trading for a stress. And you are guaranteed to at least do 1 hit point worth of damage. Because at minimum, you are always going to do their minor threshold worth of damage. It's like, even if you rolled 1s on both of your damage dice for a total of 2, if their minor damage threshold was 3, you're doing 3 damage. It doesn't matter what you rolled. And we don't know yet of like, they referenced Flea Mortal's minions. So like, it's possible that like we've got 1 HP minions. No, I mean, but if a PC at level 1 has 5-6 hit points, it's not inconceivable that there are 1 hit point creatures, adversaries out there. That basically, as long as you hit them, as long as your duality dice roll, your attack roll hits their evasion, you would kill them. That's tight. Path forward. When you're headed for a place that you've previously visited, or you carry an object with you that has been there before, you can identify the shortest, most direct path to your destination. The object will tell you where it goes, where it should be. I mean, it instantly becomes more useful in a pretty crazy magical way, but pretty cool. And that's just path forward is just a second feature from your foundation feature. So you get that level 1. Specialization feature, when a creature that is marked by your ranger's focus attacks you, your evasion's increased against the attack by a number equal to your agility trait. Also crazy. Rangers seem to be maybe the best single target DPS. If that's what you're looking for, if that's your vibe. Mastery feature, when you make an attack roll against an enemy marked by your ranger's focus, you may spend a hope before the roll. On a success, you can remove 1 fear from the GM's fear pool. Seems good. I don't know enough about what the GM can spend fear on and how, like, does the GM have a max? To know if trading 1 hope for 1 fear is good. But I will admit, based on the past things, that for a mastery feature, that feels really underpowered. But maybe I just I have not gotten a lot of exposure into the hope and fear stuff. So maybe that's on me. I will get it. Maybe that is more powerful than I think. So I'm holding an opinion. Are these the same? They are. Agility. Yep. So animal companion. Your choice at GM's discretion. Take the ranger companion sheet over here. When you level up your character, you also choose a level up option for your companion from this sheet. And then specialization. When you take a specialization, gain an additional level up, another level up option for your companion immediately. When an enemy attacks you in melee with your ranger companion, you gain +2 against the attack. This might need to be reworded a little bit. When an enemy attacks you, maybe just when an enemy attacks you while you. When an enemy attacks you. Oh, okay. I think this is just melee being. I'm used to seeing it. That this is a term of distance. So it's probably grammatically correct. Because remember, melee is a distance range. So when an enemy attacks you while they're in melee, range is the understood implied word there. With your ranger companion, you get +2 evasion against the attack. A quirk of the distance range wording. It took me a second. My brain really shorted out on it. Mastery feature. When you take this specialization, gain 2 level up options for your companion immediately. Once per long rest, if you or your companion are within close range of each other, when the damage from an attack would take you or your companion out of the fight, the other may immediately rush to their side and take that damage instead. Cute. Seems underpowered. Classic animal companion ranger seems not that great. No options on what. Well, work with your GM to decide what kind of animal you have as a companion. Mark 2 companion traits. It has from the options below: sneak, climb, strike, scare, run, fly, leap, swim. You can make an action roll to command your companion using instinct and take advantage if they are using one of their companion traits. Evasion starts at 10. Use your proficiency in their damage dice. How do you know what damage dice they are? They're 4 stress. By default, your companion does not die. They don't have hit points. They just have stress. When there's anytime your companion would take damage, they mark stress. So they don't have armor. They don't have anytime any amount of damage does 1 stress. It looks like as long as they hit, they're taking 1 stress. It doesn't matter if it's a point of damage from a tiny little goblin or 30 points of damage from a dragon. They're taking 1 stress. Then when their stress slots are full, they drop out of the scene, hide, flee, etc. They're unavailable to you and will return at your next long rest with one stress cleared. Whenever you use the clear stress downtime action on yourself, it automatically clears that much stress on your companion as well. Okay. And then whenever your character levels up, also choose 1 option for your companion from the list below and mark it. Intelligent, choose an additional companion trait. Light in the dark, use this as an additional hope slot. Ooh, okay. Go from 5 to 6 hope. It's tight. Creature comfort, when you take time during a quiet moment to give your companion love and attention. You may both clear a stress or take a hope. Armored. Your armor score increases by 2 when your companion is in melee. Vicious. Step up your companion's damage dice. Maybe it just starts at D4 and you've got to take Vicious to get the damage dice up. It doesn't matter what. Like, all of it just starts from nothing. And you can train it to be. Add an additional stress slot. Ooh, okay. So these are slightly 2, 3, and 4 stress slots are slightly more grayed out. So it starts at 1 stress. So if it takes damage, it drops out of the scene and you lose it until your next long rest. Yeah, I think this fulfills a fantasy, a needed fantasy, and one people enjoy. It seems underpowered comparatively. Even to like a Wayfinder Ranger, being able to trade a stress for increasing your proficiency seems really powerful. Increasing your evasion by your agility trait when getting attacked seems really powerful, especially by the time that you get that, your agility should be a 3, if not higher. I don't know if there's other ways besides like character creation and leveling up to increase an agility or an ability trait. So yeah, the companion ranger seems weaker, though I do think it's very flexible and fulfills what you are like, fulfills the fantasy. You can make an action roll to command your companion using instinct. So what's the DC? Like, the companion traits being totally different than like a PC's ability traits, and it just being like pick 2. I don't know how the action economy works. So maybe that's the missing piece of information. Right? Maybe that's the missing piece where I'm like, I don't understand what the trade-off is for a ranger getting this like extra character to be able to do something for them. It seems like in order for them to do damage. No, okay. So say I want my companion to attack. I would make an action roll, duality dice, using my instinct. And it's just narratively, it's not me doing it, it's my companion. But if I'm asking them, if I'm ordering my companion to attack, and I have marked the strike companion trait, then I roll with advantage, which means I get a plus D6 to my action roll. Then it uses my proficiency, their damage dice. It starts at a D4, and I can invest training as a level up to step up that damage dice. But the fact that they can technically strike without needing that trait means I don't know if the other traits are necessarily useful. Like it'd be one thing if like you have to mark the fly companion trait for them to be able to fly. Like that's basically saying I have a flying companion and I'm spending one of my 2 trait choices in order to make that pick. But otherwise, but it seems like that's not the case because otherwise your companion can't attack unless you selected the strike trait. And the rule would read like the fact that you take advantage if they're using one of the companion traits means that they can do it just normal if they aren't. So yeah, this feels not underbaked. Just like I don't completely understand. I'd love some examples of what the companion traits should be used for besides strike. I understand sneak, strike, scare. Yeah, I understand sneak, strike, and scare. I don't understand why I would ever pick climb, run, fly, leap, swim. Because if they can just do it anyway with my instinct score, which should be my second highest, it seems, I don't know. Yeah. I think this has maybe fallen into the same trap that so many animal companion ranger class fantasies has, where it feels not as useful, or it just needs some more explanation on why it's useful or how it should be used. But if the goal is just like, look, we don't want the companion to be just as good as another PC with no trade-offs. We just want to be able to fulfill the fantasy. Like that's okay. But I'd love an explanation on what they anticipate companion traits being used for more. But I will say, starting out at 1 stress, like it gets hit once and it's out until a long rest is pretty. I think it would make players reticent to use it. And I mean, if the companion isn't supposed to be used in combat, or it's supposed to like it's optional if it should be used in combat, or do damage in combat, I guess. And that's one thing. But your specialization feature and master feature depend on your companion being in melee. And there doesn't seem to be a way of increasing your companion's evasion. Oh, you can. Aware. There it is. Sorry. By +2. Okay. So if you just wanted to be able to create a companion that isn't going to do any damage, but is, maybe you've got a hawk and you want it to be flying around in melee range in combat, distracting, but you really beef up its awareness to keep its evasion high so it doesn't get hit often, and you pick the fly companion trait to give it advantage on just flying. I guess that's why I don't understand, because like rolling high on with advantage on a fly command isn't going to increase its evasion at all, which is the only thing that determines whether it gets hit or not. And it's if I picked a hawk, it should just be able to fly if we're doing fiction first stuff. If I just pick a hawk, it should be able to fly. I shouldn't have to pick a trait like fly for it to do that. So yeah, I think we're probably going to see some change logs listing some stuff here, because it doesn't feel great. Okay, this stream has been going on for over 3 hours, and I have not even gotten through all the classes. I do feel like I've got a good grasp on the system. I haven't even looked at the domain cards for the classes. I've only been looking at like the default stuff you get from the subclasses. Should I do classes? Should I look at the domain level 1 domain cards? I can't look at everything in this one stream. I have to go to bed at some point. I'm gonna open up the domain cards. Okay. So at Arcana domain, which was a bard. And druid, I think. Or no, druid is Arcana and Sage. So it looks like there's 3 options at level 1 per domain deck. So you're picking 2 from 6. Depending on the 2 domains that your class covers. So a bard, let's just look at bard. Bard's Grace and Codex. Oh, this isn't even Arcana. This is Arcana. So Grace and Rapture make a spellcast roll against a close target. On a success, you can temporarily keep their attention on you, narrowing their field of view and drowning out any sound but your voice. You may also mark a stress on a success to deal 2 stress to the target. Okay. This is also a 0-cost recall. So it would cost you nothing to just immediately trade this spell in for another one. Love it. I love that there's no, like, they're just spelling it out in the fiction that you are keeping a target's focus and attention on you, and that they can't see anybody else or drowns out any other sound but your voice. Like, we're not having to keep track of official status conditions like blinded or deafened. It's just in the fiction. Listen, they don't see or hear anything but you. It does say just temporarily. So we must combat. I mean, I guess the spell doesn't necessarily mean to be in combat, but like this is pretty free flowing. Like there's the range is close, but there is no duration on this. It just says temporarily. That's really up to the fiction, you and the GM. Making sure my noise gate is high enough that it doesn't hear me chewing M&Ms. Success. Inspirational words. You can imbue your speech with enhancing power. You mark a stress when you recite your words and choose an option from the list below to grant to an ally who hears it. Clear a stress, heal a hit point, gain a hope. That's also pretty good. If you're wanting to be a supportive Grace. All right, and then we have an ability. So it looks like spells might cost you a stress, where abilities are spending a hope. Spend a hope to take advantage on a roll you make to deceive or trick someone into believing a lie you tell them. Let's look around. Arcana, this is a spell. Make a spellcast roll. At the beginning of a session, place a number of tokens equal to your spellcast trait on this card. You make a spellcast roll against a target within far range and spend any number of tokens to channel raw energy from within yourself and unleash against them. On a success, roll a number of d10 equal to the tokens you spent and do that much magic damage to the target. Mark a stress to replenish this card with tokens up to your spellcast trait. Clear all tokens at the end of a session. such cool resource management. I love it. I love this. But it does seem like spells are. It does seem like spells are are your payoff, your resource there is spells, or sorry, is stress. Oh gosh, that's so cool. Why did I read the coolest mechanic on the first spell that I read? Unleash Chaos from the Arcana domain. I apologize, MR, if I seeing this chat. I was looking per roll. Does it feel like you roll a lot of dice? It does seem at higher levels you're going to be rolling a lot of dice because you have the opportunity to increase your proficiency once per tier of play. There's 3 tiers of play, and that when your proficiency goes up, the amount of dice that you would roll during damage and stuff goes up. So, and there's other little abilities that increase your proficiency. So depending on if you stack things, you might be rolling 4 or 5 of the same die for effect. I think just vanilla at high levels, you're rolling like 3. But potentially like 4, 5, 6. Which is, I think, like in the introduction, they say like get several sets of dice and like share them at the table. But yeah, it does seem like I wouldn't call it a dice pool system because it's really not. It's just like they scale your damage not by like you're not adding any modifier to your damage with like your weapons. I don't think. I haven't seen that yet. Just as you get better with your weapons, you're literally rolling, like the number of dice you're rolling is going up from like 1 to 2 to 3 as your proficiency goes up, and you have 1 opportunity per tier of play during the level up options to increase your proficiency by 1. Everybody should be taking it, I think. And I've seen a couple class abilities that let you increase your proficiency in addition to like short-term trade-offs. Like the Guardian was able to spend a stress to increase their proficiency for a single damage roll. So you could be talking at high levels like 4 dice of something. But usually you're just rolling 2d12 and then a single damage dice for a spell or a weapon at low levels. Rune Ward is an Arcana spell. You have a deeply personal token or trinket that can be infused with protective magic and held as a ward by you or an ally. Describe what it is and why it's important to you. When the holder of the ward takes damage, they can spend hope to reduce it by 1d8. If the ward die rolls an 8, its power will temporarily end after it reduces damage this turn and be recharged for free on your next rest. Sweet. Very cool. Spend a hope, wall walk. Spend a hope to allow a creature you can touch to climb on walls and ceilings as easily as walking on the ground below. The spell will end after 10 minutes or when you cast it on another creature. Again, more of this like, who needs really conditions? Let's just describe it in the fiction. And when you've got these cards and a certain, like, a limit on the amount of cards that you can have, you're not going to lose track of this necessarily. Just really cool. And then here's an example of a grimoire. Oh, but so I was kind of looking to see if spells were, like, always burning or spending a stress to be able to do something, or if and abilities were always hope, but wall walk is spending a hope. So it doesn't seem like a fast and cut rule that spells depend on stress and your abilities depend on hope. It looks like it could be, or at least spells can depend on both. I'm sure that there are abilities that would spend stress. Like this blade retaliation ability When you take damage from a creature in melee range, you can mark a stress to immediately deal weapon damage to the creature at half proficiency, rounded up. So it's just, I would imagine that hope is obviously an easier resource for you to get access to. So it's kind of like this, because you got two resources that the developers can use to like manage a certain ability, kind of gives you the ability to create like minor/major at a specific level abilities. You can kind of determine that by like, what does it cost? Does it cost a hope? Well, that's going to be easier for you to do and not as meaningful or as potentially dangerous as marking a stress. So like wall walk spending a hope compared to Unleash Chaos spending a stress, I think that makes sense. Like wall walk shouldn't cost as much as Unleash Chaos, and like there's no spell slots. You can cast wall walk as much as you want as long as you have the hope for it, and you can only do it on one creature. And then grimoires are locked to the codex domain, and they are books with multiple spells in it. So while arcana, like spells are littered throughout other classes, codex domain is the one that is like, you are essentially getting 3 spells with 1 domain card. We got in the Book of Iliad grimoire, you have slumber, make a spellcast roll. On a success, target falls into a temporary sleep until they take damage, or the GM spends a fear to awaken them. Arcane Barrage, spend any number of hope to shoot magical projectiles and automatically strike an enemy within range. This is our magic missile equivalent. No roll to hit, just automatically does it, but you got to spend hope. 1 hope per magic projectile, and then it's a d6 equal to the hope you spent, and deal that much magic damage. It is just against 1 target, though. Then telepathy, you may open a line of mental communication with 1 target you can see. This connection lasts until you use this spell to connect with another creature. You just automatically get open a line of mental communication, means talking back and forth. There's no time limit. You don't have to spend any hope or stress to do it. You can have telepathy if you take this domain. Tight. It looks like these level 1 grimoires all have a level 2 recall cost, which is the first level 2s and the onlys I see on this screen, and that makes sense. Being able to recall 3 spells back to your loadout is pretty powerful. So having to spend 2 to get there is a lot. Then it looks like there's 2 level 2 domain cards, 2 level 3s, level 4s, level 5s, level 6, 7, 8, 9. I love that they gave us the ability to go roll all the way up to level 10. Like we can just play the game all the way through to level 10. Should we look at some like the higher level abilities? Codex level 10 spell, Transcendent Union. Once per long rest, spend 5 hope to cast this spell on 2 or more willing creatures that wish to be bonded. Until your next short rest, any creatures that have this union with each other can always share hit point slots and stress slots between them. Tight. VB tight. And then the Book of Yarrow is a level 10 Codex Grimoire. Time Jammer, make a spellcast roll. The DC is 18. On a success, time temporarily slows to a halt for everyone within far range except for you. It automatically resumes the next time you make an action roll that targets another creature, or after a number of minutes equal to your knowledge trait. You then also have magic immunity, spend 5 hope to become immune to magic damage to your next short rest. Yeah, that is what we call a level 10 That's what we call a level 10 capstone ability. Transcendent Union's tight. I don't know if it's a level 10 tight compared to others. I'm sure there's a balancing thing. I'm not thinking of a situation where you could, like, someone could really pump out some wild shit because they're using somebody else's stress. That I'm sure would be crazy powerful. Mebby, thanks for joining in. Got to GM it last night. Awesome, man. You did not waste any time. Rolled up characters and GM'd it. What, less than 12 hours after the open beta dropped? That's awesome. I'm really looking forward to running a game. I'm trying to coordinate right now with my normal play group. I don't think we're going to be able to get together in time, so I'm probably going to be uh, uh, I might have to roll virtual with some folks that aren't IRL friends. But yeah, I think this is very good. Let's look at this. This is Sage Tempest spell. Choose one of the following tempests and make a spellcast roll against all targets in far range. Any you are successful against experience its effects until the GM spends 3 fear to end the spell. They immediately deal 2d20 magic damage and make them vulnerable. Immediately deal 3d10 magic damage and choose direction the wind's blowing. Targets can't move against the wind. Sandstorm, immediately deal 5d6 magic damage, and any ranged attacks are now at disadvantage. Yeah, okay, some of these level 10 stuff is tight as hell. And the fact that we're not having to manage these like status conditions or these like things that you like are bolded that you have to go look up and reference is so great. I hope people don't underestimate how nice it is that the ability just like to quote the professor from the Magic the Gathering community, reading the card explains the card. And I cannot stress enough how powerful that being true, how great that is for onboarding new players to a new system. Like we said, this is going to be a lot of people's first, second tabletop role-playing game. And getting them comfortable with something they are not familiar with and haven't seen before is one of the top 5 goals. Maybe not the number 1 goal, but it's not at the bottom of the list. And being able to say reading the card explains the card without having to reference another card or anything like that is an extremely powerful tool in the tool belt. Really, really cool. Okay. I mean, we looked at a couple level 1s. We looked at a couple level 10s. They all look cool. We've got our teleport here at level 5. Death Toll. When you take this card, permanently add 1 additional stress slot and add 1 additional hit point slot, then place in your vault. Oh, here's one of those put it in your vault permanently. They were explaining this in the introduction, and I had no idea, like, what card would be put into your vault immediately, and it's permanent changes, like adding an additional stress slot and hit point slot. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it's not the most well, I was gonna say it's not the most elegant, but it might be really elegant. The fact that, like, I'm pretty sure you can spend one of your level up options to increase stress and another one to increase hit points. I don't think it's crazy that for a Blade level 5 character, like spending one of their domain card options to permanently increase both, that's a good trade-off. And like then you just kind of work in this put it in your vault permanently thing. And that's kind of where I like my idea of like creating this like little mini, like these small binders with the like 9 slot card holders from like I remember them from collecting Pokemon cards as a teenager or child, really. being able to just like, okay, like this is in my vault. We need to track that I took this, so like keeping it here, but like not gonna reference it again. Or maybe you just write down that you took that at level 5 somewhere in your sheet and then you put it back in the deck for somebody else to use. I don't know. I need to look at the level up options. When do you every time you level up, do you just get, yeah, I guess you just get one domain card every time you level up because you're picking one from 2 currently. But you can always take a lower level one at a future level. So like a level 6 for Blade if you didn't want Rage Up or Battle Hardened, but you took Hero Strike at level 5, you could take Death Toll at level 6. Man. These are all going to be cool. That's the problem. I love that all these seem cool though. Like we kind of looked at the Druid or the Ranger Companion. It seems a little underpowered compared to other stuff I've seen. But that might be the fact I just don't I haven't clicked with the action economy yet for combat. Maybe that's what I should jump to. I've spent the past like 2 hours in character creation stuff and only got to look at like 3 classes. Yeah. Oh, here's some ancestries. Okay, so we've got some. Oh, these are some sketches of various clanks. I wonder if this is what they have in mind permanently for art. Yeah, like I literally haven't even gotten. I just skipped 20 pages to get to 64, and I've been looking at this stuff for 3.5 hours. Clanks are sentient mechanical beings built from materials such as metal, wood, stone, and clay to resemble humanoids, animals, or even inanimate objects. Wide array of sizes and may change and adapt based on time and need. Cool. A feature, purposeful design. Decide who you were created by and for what purpose. When you generate your experiences at character creation, choose one that reflects this purpose and add a +1 to it. Seems good. I hope people aren't underestimating how powerful experiences are. If, don't game the system, but you write the right one and lean into it. Getting a +1, +2 on your rolls seems good. Might be good. Might be fun. We've got our demons. This is oh crap. What's that book called? Golden Compass Demons. Man, I was so confused as a teenager reading that book for the first time. I was like, and also a tech nerd. So I was like, this is a daemon. And then you read the audiobook or like watch the movie or the HBO show that came out in like the past 5 years or so. They're just demons, but we threw an A in there randomly. Anywho. So ancestry features fearless. When you roll with fear, you can choose to mark a stress instead of the GM gaining fear. Yeah. So 2 areas that we haven't gotten there yet and it's not explained in character creation because why would it? Is there a max on how much fear GMs can have and what do they use it for? I have some ideas based on what like this meta currency subsystem from like other systems, but I don't want to assume that it's like that. And then the action economy in combat, because it basically feels like it feels free for all. Like none of the abilities have like a action, bonus action. No ancestry has like a speed on it, so like it's obviously less defined and structured as people are going to be used to if they're coming from like 5th edition or Pathfinder. I'm very curious about that. Dread Visage, you have an advantage on rolls to intimidate other non-demon creatures. Tight. Dracona, Wingless Dragons, Elemental Breath, Spend Hope, Instinct roll, D8. Tight. Dwarf, increased fortitude. When you should take physical damage, you may spend 3 hope to only take half the damage instead. I mean, yeah, powerful, but with an appropriately costly cost, I think. Yeah. Elf, Celestial Trance. Who needs to sleep? During a long rest, you can choose to drop into a Celestial Trance when you do roll a d8 equal a number of d8 equal to the stress you have marked and clear all stress. And if any of these dice have a matching value, also clear all hit points. All right, we're learning stuff about long rests, that you don't automatically clear all stress and all hit points at a long rest. Good to know. Wise, I think. I think that's good. But then, okay, so you wouldn't be able to clear all hit points if you only had one stress marked, because you could only roll like 1d8 and it's not going to match. So the more stress you're getting rid of, the more chances you have of also clearing all your hit points, because you'd be rolling more d8, and if any of them match, you get to clear your hit points. Cool. Took me a second to wrap my brain around that one, just because it was some new information that we hadn't gotten there yet, but cool mechanic. I like that. Fairies. Is that a beetle? That's definitely a beetle. This is not what I imagined when I was thinking of fairies. No, these are winged insect-like creatures. I was picturing Tinkerbell. Oh, I'm usually not a fairy guy, but I can play a horned beetle with wings. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Sign me up. Wings. Mark stress to take flight until you next roll with fear. While flying, your evasion score increases by 2. Flying at level 1. Flying at level 1. You gotta mark a stress to do it. Fair. As a GM who didn't respect, or as a 5th edition DM who didn't respect the fact that Eric Coker came with a flying speed, and what that would do, marking stress to be able to fly just out of the gate at level 1 is valid. But I also love that you get an evasion score increase while doing it. Luck Bender, once per session, after you or an ally in close range makes an action roll, you can mark a stress to allow a reroll of the duality dice. If you do, take the new result. So Luck Bender, you got to roll both dice. They have to be in close range, and you've got to mark a stress for it, and you have to take the new result. So not quite lucky, but that seems balanced-ish. Like, it seems powerful, but not broken. I'm really digging this system. I really am. I'm quite taken with it, y'all. Quite taken. I was cautiously optimistic coming into it. I just didn't know enough. I saw things that excited me, like bits and bobs, but I wasn't sure how it was all going to come together. It's all coming together for me. I feel like I immediately, and maybe I'm being a little cocky here, but I feel like I've been here for 3.5 hours, so there's that. I do this for fun a lot, so there's that. But I feel like being able to look at Wings and Luckbender, being able to say, hey, you know what? Like, that is a really cool fantasy that it's fulfilling, and it's useful. It's powerful enough to where it's probably going to get used, but it's not broken. And the fact that I can kind of determine that without even playing feels very good. I feel like we've hit a sweet spot of rules light with mechanical depth. Like, we've tossed away a lot of the rules that complicate things because you're having to reference things that reference things that reference things. But there's enough different mechanical systems that you can get a sense of balance and trade-offs and stuff like that. Big fan. I'm very excited. I've got a year to wrap up my current 5e campaign and then transition whenever the book actually, like the game actually comes out. Yeah. All right. We've got fawns. Very cool. Oh, get to headbutt. Oh, give the GM 1 fear to headbutt an enemy you move into melee with. Target immediately takes D8 direct physical damage and can't be targeted again by this attack during the fight. First time we're seeing giving the GM 1 fear outside of rolling with fear. I don't know what that trade-off is, but I like it. I think narratively, if we're coming from a narrative perspective, I think that's great. The idea of like, we don't want to stress. We don't want your stress. We want you, like, if you do this, you're handing the GM a reason to like create some complications. And we haven't seen specifics what fear can be used on, but I think it's great. I think that's really, really cool. I love these art sketches. I don't know if this is final. I wonder if they've said. But like, if this is the final art and they're just kind of going with these like black and white, for the most part, sketches to kind of just almost like you're looking through like a naturalist or like a explorer's sketchbook of things they've seen. I think that's very cool. We've got Firbolg. Is Firbolg not licensed? I would have told you that this was a WotC legal thing. Really cool. And they've leaned into like the kind of description that they kind of, I think they accidentally kind of created in campaign 2, right? It wasn't, I don't think this is how Firbolgs in like standard D&D are described. Love it. Natural calm. Whenever you should mark a stress, roll a d6. On a d6, you take no stress. Whoa, that's pretty good. A 1 in 6, a 20% chance that you just don't take a stress. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I love the fact that we're getting abilities that are useful. Like nothing bullshit. Nothing that would only come up in extremely rare situations. The ranger still suffers from that a little bit. But is the ranger just cursed? It might just be cursed. It's just like we can't make an exploration animal companion focused ranger actually work well. It either has to be underpowered so people don't take it, or it inevitably becomes overpowered because you're running 2 characters at the same time and you never get lost. And it becomes overpowered. It's tough. Fungal mushrooms. Oh. They can be anywhere from 2 to 7 feet tall, more humanoid or less. Though all fungrels speak verbally, the vast difference in the appearance mean this ancestry do not have a standard of visual or nonverbal means of communication. Cool. Ancestry always connected to speak with other fungal across distance to access their hive mind of information. Make an instinct roll. A character creation. Describe what ritual you must tap into. Okay. Hang on. I can see some mechanical benefits immediately, like being able to temporarily roll with advantage in a certain trait. I mean, there's no skill list. I just realized there's no skill list. Like, oh, you're not trained in something? Let me access the hive mind to become proficient in it, but that's not really something that happens in this system. So I'm not really sure, other than just like actually being able to communicate what that is. This seems, unless you have another fungal in your party, potentially less. The difference between always connected and natural calm, crazy. Now, like, yes, like natural calm only happens 1 in 6 chances, 20% of the time. Fungal happens just, we do have to make an instinct roll. So it's not guaranteed. So yeah, just that seems underpowered. I love always connected. It should stay. I think they should just get a second smaller ability. Um I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Everything I think of, like, I don't know the system well enough to like immediately come up with something off the top of my head. Like I was thinking like being able to poison somebody or what have you. Um I haven't seen anything about dark vision. Did they get away with? Did they get rid of dark vision? Not opposed. Not opposed. Galapa, turtles, got all of these ancestries are exactly what I want. Give me the anthropomorphic animals, please. Shell of protection. Add your proficiency to your armor score. Tight. That's great and easy. You're not like not overpowered. It's enough. You can lean into it by increasing your proficiency through leveling up and other things. Giants. Endurance, you gain an additional hit point slot at character creation. And reach, any melee weapon you wield has its range increased to very close. See, that seems really powerful. And the fact either one of those is more powerful than the Fungrel's always connected. I think if I'm understanding that feature correctly, we just need to find a second one to add into Fungrel. I keep drawing a blank. Yeah, they should get something, because that is very, I mean, these are mechanics based in the fiction. Like they're hitting their North Star, but and they're not overpowered. Like it fulfills the fantasy of playing a giant for sure. But just in comparison, you're, of course, this is a narrative focused fiction first game. That, like, if you're coming to min max, Daggerheart's not your game. I think this is still a system with a certain level that you can express some system mastery for people that enjoy that, which seems just like a positive spin on min maxing. But I am the person, like, I do want to, usually I'm the type of player that wants to be able to express system mastery. I'm an always GM, rarely get to play. I can't tell you the blessing of this. My current gaming group is the first time one of the players is also a GM and is comfortable GMing. So we were able to do a one-shot last night when a player was out, and we did a level 10 one-shot, which was tight as hell. And I played a Way of the Shadow monk. And monks are like not, they have like 2 things they do really well, and everything else is a little underpowered comparatively to other people at level, like especially that high level. But it was really nice to be able to just know exactly what that character did and highlight it to my other players who are all kind of new to 5th edition. We've only been playing RPGs, pen and paper, for like about a year, and switching from Pathfinder to 2E to D&D 5th edition in the past like 5-6 months. Gotten to level 6. But yeah, that was tight. And like, you know, if I played Daggerheart, I would also want to be able to kind of, I would be picking things that I would hope will kind of feed into one another. You know, like maxing out stress if I knew I wanted to use an ability that marked stress a lot, or figuring out ways to get rid of stress so that I could kind of cycle through and always have my resources available. But we'll get to there. We'll get there. We've got our goblins. I do like this new kind of this design for goblin. They're even bigger, kind of more trumpeted ears. but also a little mousy, which is cool. Danger sense, once per short rest, you can mark a stress to make the GM re-roll an attack roll. If it still hits you, reduce the incoming value by your proficiency. That's cool. We need to rewrite this to say that you mark a stress to make the GM re-roll an attack roll targeting yourself. Yeah. Because at first I was like, any attack roll? But then it's like, if it still hits you, okay, they're assuming that this is an attack roll against yourself. And that makes sense. So we got our halflings, little lucky. At the beginning of each session, give everyone in your party a hope. You may always re-roll a 1 on your hope die. If you do, take the new roll and set that. Really powerful. Really powerful. That fungal always connected ability is like our floor. Flavorful, but doesn't seem useful. Everybody getting an extra, like an additional hope at the beginning of a session. And then if one of your 2 die that you always use rolls a 1, you just get to re-roll it. Pretty good. Human perseverance. When you fail a roll that utilized one of your experiences, you may spend a hope to re-roll, take the new result. Flavorful, balanced, not overpowered. You have to be using an experience. It has to fail. You have to spend a hope to re-roll, and you have to take the new result. Balanced, but very on brand for humans, I think. Qatari. Ooh, felines. Very cool. Feline instinct. On any agility roll, you may mark a stress to re-roll your hope die. If you do, take the new result instead. I love this idea of being able to re-roll your hope die. It like naming the die hope and fear is not just gimmick. Obviously, it powers the hope and fear like meta economy, but the idea of like there's some things that you can re-roll duality dice on, but these things that are like inherent to you as like a person, tied to your like personhood, your ancestry, only being able to re-roll your hope die. It's a great way of like managing the swinginess and the balance of it, but also I think narratively it fits that like some things maybe you do, like I think we did see an ability earlier where you got to reroll your fear because it was more about overcoming your fear, and this being your feline instincts. It's not about your fear, it's about your hope. It's about what you can do, not what you can't. I love that. Very cool. It all is just really tying together really well. Yes, I came into it with a positive, open attitude. I came into it believing the best, cautiously optimistic. I'm sure there are people out there who have different opinions, which is perfectly valid. But I think this is very good. Just overall really good. Orcs. Sturdy. When you should mark an armor slot, roll a d6. On a 5 or 6, you don't mark the armor slot, but still reduce the incoming damage by your armor score. So a 30% chance, 33% chance of not needing to spend an armor slot. Powerful. Good. Balanced but good. That's what we're looking for. Balanced but good. That's the ideal. No like bullshit racial abilities that you're not going to use. Ribbits. This has to be everybody's favorite, right? Oh my gosh. Primarily move by hopping. Yes. Amphibious. You can breathe and move underwater just as easily as on land. Don't have to track different speeds. We don't have to like dig it out. You can just move as easily. Long tongue. You can use your long, powerful tongue to grab onto things close to you. You may also mark stress to unleash it as a finesse close weapon that does D12 physical damage. Very cool. And I love that you can just, you can grab things with your tongue. You don't have to roll. It just has to be close to you. But yeah, you can just grab it. Like you don't have to spend a stress to do it. Just do it. Cool. Simia. Anthropomorphic monkeys and apes. Not anything specific. Could be large gorilla, could be marmoset, anything in between. I loved how not prescriptive the species or the ancestries are. Like, tons of flexibility, and because there's no mechanics tied to it other than the feature that you're getting regardless, just pick an appearance. Do it. Like, there is no size, medium, small, because it doesn't matter mechanically. Like, because we're reducing the bullshit. We're cutting it down to just what matters. What matters is that if you're a simia, you are nimble, and you have advantage on agility rolls that involve balancing and climbing, and you can add +1 to your evasion at character creation. It's good. That first half, not great. A little specific. But getting a +1 to your evasion at character creation permanently is tight. Very good. All right. You can do mixed ancestry. You then get to pick a community. This choice represents the community you feel influenced their personality and current school set the most. This is the culture environment you grew up in. For example, a sea-born sailor might feel their own community is particularly strict. A character from an order-born metropolis might find that group very changeable. An individual's relationship with their community also creates a wide variety of experiences. If your character has fallen out with the place or people that define their upbringing, they may continue to carry that influence, but might be on a quest to live differently than they were taught. As you explore the communities, imagine the variety of ways they might manifest in your game. Some community cards reference locations, others an ethos, still others a common goal. But no two places that fall under the same category are the same. If one wanderborn caravan travels the world willingly, and another was expelled from their home by force, both the material trappings and someone's feelings about their lifestyle will be very different. When you build your character, you may be inspired by the details from communities different from the ones you've chosen to play. As always, this aspect of the game is meant to be utilized in the way that best serves your game's group. Each community has a community feature, a unique move or set of moves that are granted by them, by their community, and can be utilized in play. Some are spells, or abilities that can be activated during a session, while others are passive bonuses or unique downtime activities. Toit. Each community entry suggests several adjectives, which you can use as inspiration when crafting a character if you'd like to. Choose one or more of these words or roll a d6 to help develop your character's personality, relationship with their upbringing or peers, or even the flavor in which they interact with the rest of their party. So, highborn, born into a life of elegance, opulence, or prestige within the upper echelons of society. Yeah. So, amiable, candid, conniving, enterprising, ostentatious, or unflappable. And then you get the inheritance feature, advantage on rolls you make when consorting with nobles, negotiating prices, or leveraging your reputation. You also get an extra handful of gold at character creation. Loreborn, brought up in a place that favored strong academic or political prowess. Highly valued knowledge, frequently in the form of preservation of history, advancement of politics. Yeah. Direct, eloquent, inquisitive, patient, rhapsodic, witty. You have advantage on any roles that you make that deal with the history, culture, or politics of a prominent person or place. Orderborn, in a place of great discipline or faith. Uphold a set of principles that reflect your experience there. Ambitious, benevolent, pensive, prudent, sardonic, stoic. Dedicated, record 3 sayings or values your upbringing instilled in you once per short rest. When you describe how you're embodying one of these principles through your current action, you may roll a d20 as your hope die instead of a d20. Whoa! This is the first time we're seeing a scaled up duality dice. Seems good. I like it a lot. I mean, it mechanically makes a lot of sense, and like, you could still roll like shit on a d20. That curve goes up though, and it's still about your hope and not your fear in the story narratively. And the fact, well, okay, so you have 3 sayings that are options, but you can only do once per short rest. So it's not like you have 3 sayings, you can burn one of each per short rest. So yeah. Ridgeborn, call the rocky peaks and sharp cliffs of the mountainsides home. Bold, hardy, indomitable, loyal, reserved, stubborn. Steady, you have advantage on traversing dangerous cliffs and ledges. Navigating harsh environments and survival knowledge. You also gain +1 to your armor score. Ooh, very good. Seaborn, can imagine. Candid, cooperative, exuberant, fierce, resolute, weathered. Once per session, when you take a short or long rest, you may take one additional downtime action. Hey, that's... I haven't seen those yet, but seems good. Slyborn. Being a part of a Slyborn community means growing up in the underbelly of society, surrounded by criminals and con artists. Clever, formidable, menacing, unflinching, shrewd, tenacious. Scoundrel, you have advantage on any rolls when you're negotiating with criminals, detecting lies, or finding a safe place to hide. Underborn? Like at first I was like, wait, we have to like hang on to our ancestry and community and background cards the entire time. Like that's going to take up space. I didn't realize they were actually going to be good. Because they're good and useful and will be used often, if not multiple times a session. Great. So we have Underborn. Oh, from the subterranean society. Okay, I was thinking closer to Slyborn. Composed, elusive, indomitable, innovative, unpretentious, and resourceful. Low light living. When you are in an area with low light or heavy shadow, you have an advantage on rolls to hide, investigate, or perceive details in that area. This is the first mention of light. I'm totally fine with 75% of people having dark vision and the other 25% completely ruining it for the other people. Get it out of here. Wanderborn. You were raised as a nomad, not having a permanent home, but experiencing a wide variety of cultures. You're defined by your peripatetic. I think I said it right. Nailed it. I've never seen that word before. I can imagine, in context, peripatetic, traveling from place to place, in particular working or based in various places for relatively short periods. Yeah, about what I thought. Magnanimous, mirthful, inscrutable, reliable, savvy, and unorthodox. Nomadic pack. Add a nomadic pack to your inventory once per session. You can spend a hope to reach into this pack and pull out a common item that is useful in the situation. Work with the GM to figure out what this item is. Yeah. I love a good mechanized, oh, I have just the thing feature. Underrated. I think it's Blades in the Dark that actually like has that built in where you like can do a flashback to setup where you can be like, oh yeah, I totally did that thing that we're only realize I need now, but I could like flash back and prepped for that. Not dissimilar to this, but yeah. Wildborn, raised by a clan deep within the forest. Dedication to conservation of their homelands. Hardy, loyal, nurturing, reclusive, sagacious, and vibrant. Some of these are... they went to their thesaurus to hit 6. Lightfoot, your movement is naturally silent. Take advantage on any action rolls you make to move without being heard. Spend a hope to also grant this ability to an ally in very close range of you. It was good without being able to share it. Fiction-wise, I mean, you can pull it off. I was like, wait, does that make sense? That's all right. Additional player tools. There are spells and abilities in Daggerheart that designate the use of particular assets and senses, including sight, sound, touch, and movement. Like characters may be blind, deaf, or mute. They may have disabilities or limb differences or any number of unique qualities that occur within individuals. Just there's no set style for weapons combat, there's no set style of casting within Daggerheart. No spell requires spoken language or specific motions. For example, sign language is equally viable for a wordsmith bard as any spoken language. If you read a domain ability or spell or other instructions in the game and notice that the directions on a card do not apply to your character, for example, the requirement target you can see cast by a blind PC, work with your GM to adjust the requirements. To execute the directions of the card, the directions of the card might utilize another sense, a target you can hear. Specify the mechanical range within close range. Add narrative character details. The PC is helped in perceiving a target through magical means or use of an aid, or through defined world building. The mortal realm is constructed in a way that's more accessible to disabled characters. Ooh, that's very cool. I don't know what that means, but I love that that's an option. I mean, like, I know what it means. I don't know how I would implement or execute that, but I love the intention behind it and what it's trying to accomplish and what that might mean for what it might mean for our unique friends who don't experience the world the same way that we do. Modifying spells, abilities, or other aspects of Daggerheart also extends to supporting the enjoyment of everyone at the table. We invite you to adjust the flavor of cards based on the lines and veils established by the group. For example, Conjure Swarm may be uncomfortable for a player who has veiled small bugs, but they might still want to use that spell for their druid. Discuss other creatures or objects the PC can conjure, such as flower petals, small birds, or even a specific bug like a butterfly that feels comfortable for them. Yeah, totally. Love that they're calling it out. Good shit. They are working on playing physically disabled characters with a combat wheelchair. And then they are like, so they are fleshing out this like playing disabled or more like sensory impaired characters. Love it. Okay. We are over 4 hours into this stream. I am quickly approaching my bedtime. But I am enjoying the hell out of myself. I'm gonna keep going, but I might not need to read all of this. So I'm kind of hunting and pecking for things that, like I've already mentioned, I'm not entirely sure. I am pretty sure I know all. Okay, this game has no turns. Players don't have a set amount of actions they can take or things that they can do before play passes to someone else. Instead, everyone should follow the fiction to figure out what happens next, bouncing around the table to whoever it makes sense to spotlight in that moment. Generally, players in the spotlight will have the chance to describe their move, what their character is doing in the scene. If something they describe requires a roll to see whether it works, then play pauses while a roll is made to determine how things play out. Certain roll results and other situations can prompt the GM to make a GM move. These are specific types of actions the GM takes to advance the story. Okay. Since Daggerheart relies on a flexible back and forth conversation between the GM and players, there are no combat rounds to worry about. However, in combat scenarios, they have the potential to last more than a few rolls. Or in any sense where moment-to-moment gameplay becomes important to track, you can use the action tracker. Okay. So I do kind of want to jump to, or definitely want to get to flow of combat. Pretty sure we understand duality dice at this point. 2d12, different colors, one's hope, one's fear. Use them anytime that you're making an action roll. Whenever you roll your duality dice and the hope die rolls higher than the fear dice, you roll with hope. You mark one of the hope slots on your character sheet up to a maximum of 5. You also might gain spells from other things that happen. Opposite, when you roll with fear, even if you succeed on your action roll, there are consequences or complications that come from it. Whenever you make a duality roll, if both dice roll the same number, you automatically roll a critical success, even if you would have otherwise failed because the total is lower than your roll's difficulty. This also counts as a roll with hope, but not only do you gain a hope, you also clear a stress. Whoa, okay. So you succeed even if your total's too low. You get a hope, you also clear a stress. I think that's great. That is how I thought critical success has worked. This kind of goes back to a conversation I was having probably 2 hours ago. There was an ability someone had to alter one of the duality dice by +1, and they specifically said you can alter either the hope or fear dice, And by making it +1, it means it doesn't matter which one you pick because you're just ending up to get a +1 to your total, or you can turn a non-crit into a crit. Because there's no way that you can turn a roll with fear into a roll with hope, because you're always +2 away from that. So it's not a problem. I just don't know what the intended outcome or the design goal was for that ability. Critical successes seem good, but that's good. I'm glad, I think this is a very good critical success. I'm glad we don't have like an exploding dice critical success type thing that could get out of hand quickly. Let me chew my tongue. Okay, reading ahead. We're familiar with using hope to utilize an experience or activating a hope feature. But you can also help an ally. You can spend one hope to help an ally who's in the process of making an action that you could feasibly aid them. Describe how you're helping. You roll a d6 advantage die, then they can add the result of your roll to their action roll. If one or more than one PC wants to help, each has to spend a hope to roll a d6, and the highest result is added to the action roll. Love that solve. The Critical Role gang loves to all help roll, and there's the advantage disadvantage system in 5e is too powerful, too swingy, and so that it feels bad. I love this solve for a group aid. Just pick which one was the best. When using a hope feature, if you already rolled with hope as the higher duality dice for that action, you can just spin that hope from the die instead of erasing the hope from your character sheet. Yeah. Unless an effect states otherwise, you can't spend hope multiple times on the same spell or ability to increase or repeat its effects. For example, if a feature says you spend a hope to add 1d6 to the damage roll, you can't spend 2 hope and add 2d6 to the damage roll. Yep. Some effects only trigger on a success with hope. This doesn't mean you can spend hope on a successful roll with fear to get the effect. It means the effect only takes place when you roll with hope and you succeed on the action roll. Yeah. I'm glad they clarified that, and that is what the rule says. Or that's what it says. On a success with hope. It means what it says. Then using fear. Here we go. So they're just going to tell me that it's going to come up later in part 3. But if you roll with fear, you'll face some type of complication. You might only learn partial information, face a strike from the enemy you just attacked, or encounter unexpected danger. If you also failed where you rolled fear, you'll instead face major consequences or consequences. Yeah. The GM later can spend this fear on effects such as powering, adversary, and environment moves. Yes. Okay, so here's damage thresholds, hit points. I was pretty sure I understood what this is, but for example, a level 1 Guardian starts with the following thresholds. In the image above, a Guardian incoming damage is severe if it's 16 or higher, and they mark 3 hit points. If it's between 11 or 16, or 11 and 15, the damage major, they mark 2. Damage is 6 or higher, but below 11, damage is minor, they mark 1. If the damage is below 6, they don't take any damage. And instead, mark a single point of stress. Okay, that was a missing thing that does make a difference. Less good, still very good. Like, having a high damage threshold is good. But I was thinking if it was below your minor threshold, nothing happened. But no, it's instead of taking a hit point, you would take a stress. Which tells me that stress, you won't, not as big of a deal to be taking than HP, which probably means maybe stress, maybe HP doesn't get cleared at all during a long rest. Like maybe there's a specific downtime activity that you have to take and succeed and to get rid of hit points. Zach, if you read it, the book would tell you anytime you take downtime actions, you have the opportunity to clear some of your hit points and stress. Additionally, as you level up your character, you'll be able to permanently increase both your damage thresholds as well as the amount of hit points and stress you can take. Optional rule, an additional damage threshold to make the game more dangerous. The table may implement a rule that if the incoming damage on an attack roll is ever double or more a character's severe threshold, the target marks an additional hit point. I think that's fair. Yeah, I might use that just out of the gate because 64 damage or 32 damage seems really high. And the fact that 32 damage would technically do the same amount of damage to HP as a 17, I would probably use this, but I know I'm not counting in damage reduction from armor, where like, you wouldn't necessarily want to spend an armor slot to reduce the damage from a 32 damage attack coming at you because it's going to be 3 HP regardless. Where if it's a 17 damage attack, you would probably spend an armor slot to get that down from severe down to major, maybe even down to minor, so that you're hitting less hit points. So I like this rule a lot. Agreed that it like optional because I don't think this is, but yeah, I'll probably do it. Stress. Yep, we kind of knew about that. As with hit points, when you take downtime actions, you have the opportunity to clear some of your stress. You can increase it as you level up, yes. You always mark stress when you take damage that's below your minor threshold but above 0. If you can't ever mark a stress slot because your slots are already full, you must instead mark 1 hit point. Tight. In addition to marking stress when you take tiny amounts of damage, your GM may also inflict stress as the complication or consequence of an action, especially when a roll doesn't go as well as it could have. For example, you might mark stress when complications result from having a difficult conversation, clashing swords with a worthy foe, or committing an act of incredible bravery. The GM might also give you the option of marking stress to avoid an outcome. I like this a lot of like, okay, complications being like rolling with fear. Even like a succeeding with fear of like, yes, you do hit. You hit, but I'm going to make you take a point of stress because your fear die was higher than the hope die. That seems a little like a bummer. I might spend a fear to make a stress with that. Now, a fail with complication, I would mark a stress. On a success with fear, I would probably like want to spend another fear to mark stress. Stress from moves. You might be able to mark stress to perform certain moves that call for it, yeah. Unless otherwise noted, you can't spend more than 1 stress to apply an effect from a move, yep. You cannot use any move that requires them to mark stress if they don't have a stress to mark. So you can't opt into taking a hit point. You just can't use a move that requires stress if you don't have the stress to mark. Action rolls. Okay, so here's how an action roll works. Pick a character trait. Ask the GM what character trait best applies to the role. They'll set a difficulty for the role, either openly or privately at their discretion. Do it openly whenever you can. Zach tip. Based on the details of the scene, add extra dice and modifiers. Decide if any experience or other modifiers also apply, and grab any character tokens, advantage, disadvantage dice, or other dice as needed. Roll the dice. Roll your duality dice, any additional dice, and your character tokens. Total the result, telling the GM the total and which duality die rolled higher. I got a 15 with fear. Work together to resolve the outcome of your actions. Cool. All that works. I'm sure they've got some GM guidance on setting a difficulty later. Yeah. I guess with the tokens, they're saying that like if you want to be able to have like a physical reminder to like, oh, you decided to an experience applies here, you spend a hope, grab a token so you can remember, and then you like add that number of tokens to your overall roll. I'm sure it's helpful for some people. It might clunk up for certain players. Like it seemed too many. Okay. Here's kind of okay. Once you declare what modifiers you're applying to your action roll, grab that many character tokens. Tokens are never rolled for a random value. They're simply +1 counters to add to your hand to aid in counting your results. For adding them to a roll, figure out the sum of all of your modifiers, then take that many tokens. For example, if you have a -1 to agility and a +2 modifier from an experience you're utilizing, you have a +1 modifier to that roll, so set aside 1 token to represent that. Then you roll the dice, then you just add a token for each one. Okay. I mean, the tokens, if I do think it's useful just to have them in there if there's going to be a lot of modifiers. But at the same time, they're telling you to calculate the total of your modifiers before grabbing tokens. So is it that, I mean, I'm glad some people might use it. I don't think I would, if I was a player, I would need to use tokens because I know I can hold on to, okay, I have a +2 modifier to this and I can do the math. But I recognize that might not be true for everybody, so that's fine. It's not a problem at all. Okay, so you then have a critical success. You get what you want and a little extra. Take a hope and clear a stress. On a success with hope, you get what you want. Take a hope. Success with fear, you get what you want, but it comes with a consequence. You might take damage. Oh, like a stress. You could take a stress by rolling with fear, and the GM takes fear. On a failure with hope, things don't go to plan. You probably don't get what you want and face consequences, but you get a hope for it. Failure with fear, things go very poorly. You don't get what you want, and there's a major consequence, and the GM gets some fear. Story and consequence. In Daggerheart, every time you roll the dice, the scene changes. There's no such thing as a roll where nothing happens, because the fiction should constantly be evolving based on the successes and failures of the characters. So yeah, failure doesn't mean just nothing happens. There has to be a consequence. Which means, like, you know, this goes back to that collaborative storytelling that you got to get comfortable with. It's going to be new if you're coming from 5th edition, especially. For example, if you fail to roll to pick a lock, it's not just that the door doesn't open. On a failure with hope, it might mean you can hear the rumble of footsteps coming down the hall behind you. The enemies you narrowly escaped are getting close, and you're going to have to act quickly to find a way through. On a failure with fear, the door might be magically warded to keep thieves away, causing an alarm to trigger. This also applies to success with fear, where you might succeed in unlocking the door, but opening it reveals an enemy that you didn't know was guarding it. These consequences are what make the game interesting and drive forward the adventure you're all on together. Yeah, this is part of that narrative storytelling that I think some people might do it instinctually in 5th edition, but is not default. Like most rolls, just nothing happens. And that gets boring after a while. So I like that it on its face, it seemed like a binary result system with a little bit more, but really like they're leaning into, it's not nothing happens. If you failed, like something bad happens, and like keeping things moving. Very cinematic. Special action. A trait roll is an action roll that specifically calls for a certain character trait to be used. These rolls often appear on domain calls. Say something like roll with presence or roll with agility. If there's a number in parentheses, that's the difficulty you need to meet. Yeah, that sounded like I guessed. Attack rolls reference the weapon or spell you're using for the attack to determine what trait it uses. For a standard physical or magic weapon attack, use the character trait the weapon requires, as well as any experience or other modifiers that are applicable. If you're a martial character, you better be writing a experience that gives you that +2. At least a +1. I suggest. If you succeed, then you then make a damage roll. By default, each attack roll can only target one enemy, but if a spell or ability allows you to target multiple enemies, roll once and apply that result to all enemies the attack can hit. If the roll meets or exceeds the difficulty of any of those enemies, the attack is successful against that target, but not necessarily against other targets. Unarmed combat rolls. Making an attack without a weapon, make an attack roll as usual. Often uses strength or finesse. On success, it's a number of d4 equal to half your proficiency. Bummer. Meaning, if your proficiency is 1, or I guess it was they're not saying like divide by 2. It was just it would still do 1, and you wouldn't get more until level 3. I wonder if I do wonder. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of support for unarmed attacks right now. Could easily be added. It's one of those things like it could just be a new subclass foundation that's added to. Would it be the blade domain? Probably not. It doesn't make sense in the fantasy to give the blade domain. I mean, like, it's a weapon. It's called blade, but I mean, is what it is. Spellcast rolls. Spellcast roll. Instead of referring to a specific stat, they're used for the spellcast stat of your class, which you can find on your subclass foundation card. If there's a number in parentheses, that's a difficulty that must pass for it to succeed. If it is intended to damage a target, it's also considered an attack roll. Generally need to be using a specific spell to make a spellcast roll. You can't just make up magic effects that aren't on your character sheet or cards. But you're at the GM's discretion, you might be able to creatively apply an existing spell in an unusual way. And you can always flavor your magic to match the type of character you're playing, but that flavor shouldn't give you access to effects you normally wouldn't be able to perform with your spells. Yep. Okay, anytime you cast a spell, the text tells you when the effect expires. It might be temporary, in which case the GM can spend fear to end the spell at the next short or long rest, etc. If the spell doesn't note an expiration, it stays up until you choose to end it. If you ever want to end a spell earlier than it would normally expire, you can always choose to do so, okay? If you ever want to make a spellcast roll, but you don't have a foundation that gives you the spellcast ability, you won't be able to make the roll. Yep. Tag team rolls. Each player can choose 1 time per session to spend 3 hope and initiate a tag team move with another PC. When you do, work with your chosen partner to describe how your 2 characters combine their actions in a unique and exciting way. Both you and your partner make separate action rolls, but before resolving the roll's outcome, choose one of the rolls to apply to both of your results. If you tag team on an attack roll and it succeeds, you both roll damage as usual, then add it together to determine the damage dealt. Fluffernutter. They have created a Fluffernutter mechanic in their own RPG. My goodness. I mean, I'm not shocked. That's about right. Damage rolls. Pretty sure After rolling your damage dice, add all the values together, then add any modifiers to determine the result. The GM will mark the corresponding hit points based on that damage. There's a difference in this game between damage and hit points. Damage is the result of your damage roll, including your damage dice and modifiers. Hit points reflect how hard that damage affects the creature who's taking it. The number of hit points a creature marks depends on factors such as damage threshold, armor resistance, and immunities. Yes. Some damage rolls just tell you to roll a certain number and a type of die without any modifiers. Damage with modifiers. Some damage rolls do have modifiers on them, okay? Like 2d6 plus 2 or 3d8 plus 5. When this is the case, you roll the dice. Add their values together, then add the modifier to that total. This modifier is not affected by weapon proficiency. Okay. So it does look like maybe some weapons do have like damage modifiers tacked onto them. We hadn't seen it until just now, but it seems like that. If your attack rolls a crit success, roll damage as usual, then add extra damage equal to the maximum potential value of all your damage dice added together. This is my, I think, preferred favorite way of doing critical attacks on damage. It feels the best. That's a lot. But hey, like, I don't know what a crit. I'm assuming we read that the GM rolls d20s for their attacks for adversaries. I'm wondering if a natural 20 is required for adversaries to crit. That I would imagine so. I was about to say it goes both ways, but it doesn't really. The chances of rolling the same two numbers on 2d12 is way higher than rolling the 5% chance you have of rolling natural 20. Yeah. You got physical damage and magic damage. Direct damage is damage that automatically hits a target. When you deal direct damage, they don't have to make an attack roll to hit. When a creature has resistance, they divide the damage in half, rounding up before applying it to their thresholds. So if you deal 25 damage to them, they would instead only take 13. When a creature has immunity, they just don't take any damage or stress from the attack. Some moves prompt a reaction roll. This is a roll in response to a threat or attack. Reaction rolls generally work the same as action rolls. Rolls with hope still give you hope. Rolls with fear still give the GM fear. They don't generate additional GM moves or contribute to the action tracker if it's in play. Additionally, another character can't help you on a reaction roll. Everything is happening so quickly, you have to handle this alone. Okay. Got your evasion score, figured that out. Is it, I'm assuming if you hit the number, you're hit. I think that's what it is. Advantage to disadvantage is a d6 added or subtracted. There are some conditions. Vulnerable. Means they're now temporarily in a difficult position within the fiction. This might mean they're knocked over, scrambling to keep their balance, caught off guard, or anything else. When a creature is vulnerable, all rolls targeting them have an advantage. A creature who's already vulnerable can't be made to take the condition again. Crit when hidden, attacks can't be made directly targeting them. Any rolls, just rolls in general against them, are at disadvantage. When a hidden creature moves or attacks that are no longer hidden, however, if a creature is hidden when they begin making an attack, the roll has advantage. The hidden condition isn't cleared until after the attack is resolved. I shout out to the developers, like all the game designers. The rules are written really clear, and it's obvious they just have a shit ton of experience doing this because they covered their bases. The rules are said pretty succinctly. They've got plenty of examples and tips in places that you need it. But yeah, it's just like straightforward, and they're covering their bases. Saying, like, adding this little bit at the end, the hidden condition isn't cleared until after the attack is resolved. You're just answering a question that someone is going to ask. It took, 9-10 words, but it just really created a lot of clarity. And anything that, like, depended on the hidden condition, you know that, like, that attack is still going to benefit from it because it explicitly says that they are still technically under the hidden condition until after the attack. It's that type of thing that, like, you read enough books, you kind of catch these little, I don't know, you learn the language of game development. You learn how these things are written, and it becomes easier for you to understand on first blush. But also, you just kind of, your brain is trained to look for these little gaps in the logic, or at least mine is. This is how I understand how my brain works after enjoying doing this, making this my hobby for the past couple years. I was already asked, like, I was thinking about this, and then it cleared it. It cleared it up immediately as I was reading. Restrained. When an effect makes a creature restrained, it means they cannot move until this condition is cleared. They can still take actions from their current position, though. Ending conditions. Some effects that impose a condition require a specific trigger. If no trigger is given, it must succeed on an action roll determined by the GM to clear the condition. This action roll should be described and negotiated narratively. For example, if a character is vulnerable, the player might describe how their character leaps through the fire that has trapped them, frees their allies' legs from the vines that have entangled them, etc. Whatever fits the fiction appropriately. Tight. Temporary. Some things apply an effect that is temporary. If the condition is affecting something the GM controls, they must spend a fear to end the condition. If the action tracker is active, this spends 1 token on the action tracker and counts as that adversary's activation. If the condition is affecting a player character, they must make a successful action roll against the effect to end it. Okay, where I need to get this action tracker has, it's like, I can't even, I don't know what it's doing. So things that the GM is in control of, I think I'm 95% of the way there with what PCs do. I don't know what the GM does yet, which is totally fine. But since I'm going to be the GM for forever, it's like this gap I haven't figured out yet. Okay, so we do have countdowns. Countdowns are a way for the table to keep track of a coming event, usually utilizing a die to a value, then taking that number down until it reaches 0. The countdown might tick every time an action roll is made, every time a PC rolls with fear, during downtime, or any other parameter. Ooh, I like this as like almost like a extended time challenge. Taking a D6, setting it on 3, and being like, you guys have until this hits 0 to do your thing, and it counts down every time you roll with fear. Kind of love that. That'd be fun. Could be fun. Maps are optional. Some tables may almost never use maps, while others may utilize maps every session. There's not a right or wrong way to implement these in your game. And they use zone ranges. I've running games that use zone ranges. What I end up doing is creating zones, like zones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and like if I'm doing the most lo-fi possible, just making zones, but then putting tokens or minis in the zones to be able to keep track of who's where. So melee means a character is within touching distance. Very close means a distance where one can see fine details of a target. Is usually anywhere from 5 to 10 feet away. Close means a distance where one can see prominent details, 10 to 30. So what I would do is probably create zone 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you're in the same zone as another thing, you are very close. One zone away, close. 2 zones away, far. 3 zones away, very far. And then I don't know how movement works. Probably like you can move 1 zone. I wonder if you have to move twice to go from close to melee, or if you can go like choose to go from close directly to melee, or choose to be very close without getting into melee. Does that make sense? Movement. You can always move to a location that's within your close range if you're doing so as part of something that requires an action roll. Oh, if you're within your close range? So you don't even have to technically move to get to something that's very close. And you can get to close as a part of an action roll, like attacking. So I'd still probably do very close and then move many, like very close as like a fourth zone. Put the tokens or minis together if they're within melee. But technically you could run, like as a part of an attack, you can move one zone to get close. I think I'm probably thinking about this in a way that they aren't. Like, they're thinking about this just in ranges, but they're still describing things as feet, and they're even using like actual measurements. I might like check out what's it? Fate uses zones, combat zones. I'll consider that. Just abstract it even a little bit more, and just like, or like write, make a permanent piece of paper, or draw on like owl bear or Fari a like 4 zones. Name one very close, one far, one very far, and they can move. Like very close means same zone, close means 1 zone away, far is 2 zones away, very far is 3 zones away. The melee is like your tokens are touching. That's how I do it. Target in groups, okay. Cover line of sight, that's fine. Gold, fine. Downtime actions. They can take 3 short rests before their next rest has to be a long rest. If a short rest is interrupted, characters don't gain its benefits, and if a long rest is interrupted, they instead only gain the benefits of a short rest, even if they've already had 3 short rests. So a short rest is about an hour. You can swap cards for your loadout. Tend to wounds, clear 1d4 hit points. You can choose 2 of the options below in a short rest. Tend to wounds, 1d4, clear 1d4 hit points. You can do this on an ally too. Clear stress, 1d4 stress. Repair armor, you can clear 2 marked armor slots. You can also do this on an ally. You can't clear someone else's stress, which just tells me you can't fuck during a short rest to clear stress. Someone's gonna do it. Just saying, someone's gonna do it. It's not gonna be me. Someone's gonna do it. Long rest, when your characters are able to make camp, relax for a few hours, and get some sleep. They don't even define it. Okay. Tend to wounds. You can pick. So you still pick 2. You can remove all marked hit points. You can clear all marked stress. You can repair your armor and clear all of its slots. You can prepare, then hope to gain a hope, or you can prepare with another party member and you both take 2 hope, tight, or work on a project. And then we have projects and downtime. That's fine. Cool that it's there. Death. When you mark your last hit point, you must make a death move. You can either embrace death and go out in a blaze of glory. You can take 1 action that automatically becomes a critical success and then die. Avoid death and face the consequences. You drop unconsciously, and how the situation must get worse because you did. Then you roll the fear die. You take a scar, which we haven't seen before. Maybe that seems like a negative experience. That's my guess. Is like an experience, but it's a -1 instead of a +1, +2. And it's a like negotiation with the GM when it would apply to your situation. Or maybe even the GM can spend a fear to invoke a scar. You can't take any actions when you're unconscious. When you have any number of your marked hit points cleared by an ally, or on your party's next long rest, you will return to consciousness. Or you can risk it all. Roll your duality dice again. If your hope's higher, you stay on your feet and clear an amount of hit points and or stress equal to the value of the hope die. You can split them up however you prefer. If the fear die is higher, you die. And if they're tied, you stay on your feet and clear all hit points and stress. Really cool. I love all of those options. Those are all great. Risk it all is tight as hell. Really cool. All those options are great. Scars, if you choose to avoid death, you might take a scar. If you do, permanently cross out one of your hope slots. You cannot use a slot to store hope anymore. When you put a scar on your last hope slot, it's time to end your character's journey. Work with the GM to find a graceful and fitting way for the party to say goodbye to them at the end of the session and prepare a new character the next time you play. Okay. So it's not what I was imagining, like a negative experience. I kind of like my idea, though. I mean, scar is good. Losing a chance at a hope is a big deal. And narratively, I think that works very cool. I kind of like the idea of this negative experiences, though, that the GM can kind of like. Or I wonder if a table or the rules even would be open to the GM spending fear to like kind of invoke one of a PC's experiences, but turn it into a negative. I can't immediately see how this is. It's possible to resurrect a dead character. There will be a long, difficult, costly process, and they will likely won't return the same as they died. If the party decides to take this path upon a character's death, the GM will tell the players what it will take for that to happen. For more details, section pending. There's also a one-time resurrection spell available at level 10 for any class that includes the Splendor Domain. They're wording this in a way that they're gonna create classes that don't do the cute overlap. They're just gonna, here's a new class, here's its 2 domains. No, it doesn't fit into this the like cool circle Venn diagram that we've created with our original 10 or however many classes there is. But they're wording this in a way that's very like future forward. Flow of combat. Here, okay. This might be the last thing. There's no shot anyone is in this stream. I've been looking at this book for almost 5 hours. It is approaching 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. I've been live since 6. There's also no shot. This is officially longer than most Critical Role episodes. But I'm having a great time. This is a great, I'm paper napkin review. Good system. For me and my table and the type of games that I enjoy playing, this is a good system. It's a good system for how they described themselves. The mechanics are backing up the goals they set for themselves. That's the only measuring stick that you can use like in a review, in my opinion, for these types of things. Like whether or not the game is for you, I think anybody with the skill and expertise to be able to read, maybe play one shot of an RPG, you can tell if it hits its North Star, if it's met its own goals. Feel free to judge things by that. And I'm judging it based on that. I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I think this hits. All right, flow of combat. There's no initiative, no rounds, and no distinct number of actions that you can take on your turn. Any fights that happen play out narratively moment to moment, just like any other action characters might take. This provides the players opportunities to team up together in their tactics, respond appropriately to narrative changes in the scene, and not be locked into only doing violence once the first strike happens. Similarly, enemies don't have a set order in which they act. Instead, the GM will make moves in accordance with the fiction. Oftentimes, these moves will happen when a player rolls with fear or fails the action they were attempting, but a GM can make a move anytime the narrative demands it. When they make a move, they will usually escalate the scene in an exciting and dangerous way. Character might take an attack from some enemies, become vulnerable, or anything else that significantly changes the scene. This creates a back and forth conversation that lets the story evolve organically between the players and the GM's action tracker. When there is a combat scenario that is likely to last more than a roll or two, the GM should place the action tracker card on the table within everyone's reach. Do I have the action? Oh, I do have the action tracker card. Oh, that's it. Whenever PCs make an action roll, they place a character token on the action tracker. When the GM makes a move, they may choose to spend any number of the tokens currently on the action tracker. For each token they spend, they can activate an adversary on the battlefield to take an action. This could be casting a spell, making an attack. Oh, so it's a way to keep track of, like, it's an equivalency. So, like, if the fiction fits where, like, the party takes 3-4 actions, makes, like, rolls action rolls 3 or 4 times before the GM does anything, that's okay, because, like, we're all here for the fiction, right? But all that gets tracked on the action tracker, and then whenever it is the GM's turn, they can spend any number up to the amount of tokens on it in order to do their own actions. So the more actions the PCs spend, the GM is going to have that same opportunity. Tight. Okay. I get it. That was it. That's not complicated. It is new, going to be different and new for a lot of players, but easy peasy. Oops, sorry, microphone. It's important to remember that players may still act in any order they'd like and take actions multiple times in a row as the narrative flow demands it. The game should continue as normal. The GM just has an additional tool at their disposal to help guide the combat encounter. However, players are encouraged to give others turns with the spotlight. If another player hasn't placed any tokens on the action tracker recently, consider letting them act if they want to before you do anything else. So, being able to, like, have differently colored or, like, obviously different character tokens would make it easier to see, hey, like, you haven't done anything. Jake, would you like to do something? You can easily spot that on the action tracker. And I do think this is probably, like, everything up to this is just a good game. And this is still a good game. But this is going to be the thing that requires the most player buy-in before starting. And you've got to this is the conversation that you've got to have before playing. Because some players, like, you need the players to buy into the fact that they have to share the spotlight, that the GM is going to have to take a turn eventually. Like, you can't just force the fiction into you winning all the time. That kind of stuff. This is going to be the thing that requires the most buy-in. Everything else is just, it's a game. And, like, nothing about the game itself inherently is any different than any other tabletop role-playing game. Like, there's things that are unique about it that we've been talking about for the past almost 5 hours, but it's just a game. A roundless, initiativeless combat for people coming from 5th edition or similar games is going to require work and buy-in, and everybody to kind of just be understanding of one another, right? Activating adversaries. When the GM makes a move, they may spend any number of the tokens currently on the action tracker. For each token they spend, they can activate an adversary on the battlefield to take an action. Think of this action tracker as the GM catching the actions of the adversaries up with where the players are in the fiction. The GM turn lasts until they have exhausted all available tokens or all they wish to utilize at this time. Once they are done spending action tokens, play returns to the PCs. Typically, the GM should not activate the same adversary twice within a single turn, no matter how many tokens they have available. If they would like to activate the adversary again, they should do so on their next turn when a PC rolls a failure or with fear, returning play to the GM. Okay, so it is built in that once a player doesn't succeed on a roll, or they even succeed on a roll with fear, it is the GM's turn. Okay. Not as bad as I thought it was. So like, it's more like group initiative that I am a little familiar with from Star Trek Adventures from Modiphius. The PCs go. They have until someone fails or until they roll with fear. For every action they take, for every action roll they make, that character puts a token on the action tracker just to help remind people of how many actions they've taken. Then once one of those triggers happen, when like the PCs basically trigger a GM move by failing or rolling with fear, then it is the GM's turn, and they can basically they can activate one adversary per token, representing one action roll taken by a PC. Basically, just try to keep things equivalent, create this back and forth. And the GM doesn't give up their turn when they fail. The GM keeps, like, holds on to their turn until they've exhausted all their tokens, or they just wish, like, they choose to end their turn. Yeah. At any time, the GM may clear 2 tokens on the action tracker in exchange for 1 fear. Similarly, the GM may exchange 1 fear to place 2 additional tokens on that. Ooh, that's a big one. That's the first real big fear spend that we're seeing. I dig. When combat has come to a close, or the GM determines the action tracker is no longer necessary for play, any remaining tokens become fear for the GM at a 2-to-1 ratio. Every 2 action tokens becomes 1 fear. Tight. Best practices. Embrace the danger, use your resources, tell the story, discover your character. Love it. This is the leveling up, which we kind of saw earlier. I'm going to skip multi-classing because I don't really care about it. Here's equipment. I kind of imagine yeah. Ooh, look, some of these features are directly impacting your ability traits, which is wild. But I love, like, longbow. You can see some of these do have a damage. Let's say it's physical. And then we've got some arcane gauntlets. Oh, there's my, okay. And glowing rings. Okay, here's my here's my unarmed. It's all magical. But yeah, tight. Okay. And then we have improvised. I don't know what that means necessarily. But that's fine. I don't really care. Knuckle blades. Yeah. Oh, these are tier 1. Oh, improved. I read this as improvised. Improved. These are tier 1 at levels 2 to 4. Okay. Cool. I don't really care right now about leveling up equipment. Equipment, not a big deal to me, really. I'm going the golden rule, running your game successfully. Yeah. Begin and end with a fiction, narrative first. Everyone's on the same team. Collaboration is key. Every role carries weight. The story always moves forward and follow the narrative. This is going to be new for me. Like, I'm going to be working some new muscles because I've been running 5th edition for so long. I haven't run Fate 7-8 years. Yeah. Core guidance. Be a fan of the players and the PCs. Fill the world with life, wonder, and danger. Ask questions and incorporate the answers. Hold on gently and play to find out what happens. All good things. Best practices. Cultivate a curious table. Earn your players' trust. Treat the characters as competent. Cut to the action. Help the players use the game. Create a meta conversation. Ground the world in motive. Bring the game's mechanics to life. Reframe rather than reject. Work in moments and montages. I'm not going to spend... I'm coming back to read these because I'm sure they are good regardless of what game you're playing. I'm sure it's perfect for Daggerheart. But on its face, all those seem like great GM advice that you should take. Pitfalls to avoid: undermining the heroes, always telling the players what to roll, letting scenes drag, singular solutions, over planning, and letting fear go unused. Well, that I'm looking for the what do I do with fear section, and then I'm ending the stream because I'm tired. Fear is there to be spent. Sitting on a pile of fear may make the player scared to take action due to anticipating a harsh backlash on failure. Fear and hope should flow freely as a way for you and the players to put your thumbs on the scale and push the stories in directions you find interesting. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. But okay, so the GM die. The GM uses a D20. This is because for players who have to follow specific rules for their characters, the stability and reliability of their dice roll has a large impact on their experience of play. Yeah, 2d12 is going to have like a bell curve where that technically, like, where a d20 is going to be even. Does that make sense? Mathematically. Like, there's going to be a consistent middle that 2d12 is going to resolve around just by the nature of there being two different dice adding their numbers together creates this middle that's going to be consistent and reliable. D20s are just wishy-washy as hell. As a GM, this is not vital. You're playing the heel, meaning you're often acting as the bad guys while rooting for the heroes. When you succeed, it creates a new and exciting challenge for the players. When you fail, it's a relief and a boon. The swingy, red, unpredictable nature of the D20's results helps to facilitate both of these experiences throughout a session. This unpredictability can always be mitigated as needed because you are not beholden to the same rules as the players. If you want to give an adversary a +10 or -10 modifier, you have the power to do that. Utilizing this opportunity to ramp up and down the randomness gives you the chance to represent a whole range of adversary types. Fair. Yeah. I'm good with that. Some GMs are going to hate that. Some GMs don't like. The game is there to be played by the GM similarly to the PCs. And the fact that the GM has has their own rules is just going to feel like some GMs are just going to reject that entirely. Fine. Daggerheart's not a game for you. That's fine. But for me, like, this makes sense. Like, yeah, the characters do want reliable, stable results of their dice. But as a GM, who gives a shit? Just like the players have moves they can make, you as a GM also have moves. Unlike the PCs, you are not typically bound by rules of success and failure on dice rolls, or given only certain effects you can do. Your job's to facilitate the fiction, whatever that requires. GM moves are your guidance on what kinds of things you might choose to do in order to make that happen. As most simple, a GM move is anything you do that progresses the fiction forward. These moves often introduce conflict, reveal new information, put the PCs in further danger, but they don't have to. They are simply your opportunity to change the scene in some way. Knowing when to make moves and what kind of moves to make are almost certainly the biggest part of learning to GM Daggerheart. How often you make moves and what the severity of that move is will depend a lot on the kind of story you're telling, the kinds of actions your players take, and the tone of the session you're running. But the general rule of thumb is you can make a GM move whenever you want. That's right. You're the GM. Your job is not to crush the PCs or always act adversarially. Your job is to help tell a story. So you should be making moves anytime you see an opportunity to do that. That said, always make a GM move when a PC rolls with fear, rolls a failure, takes an action that has consequences, gives you a golden opportunity, looks to you for what happens next. These are your opportunities to make things happen in the scene. So what should you do? A lot of these decisions are hard to make in a vacuum. They'll depend on what kind of table you're running, what kind of story you're telling, what has come before this moment, and what you think might come after, lots of other factors. The best tool you have at your disposal is listening to your players and responding to the fiction that they create with your own. Thinking through what an interesting, exhilarating, or particularly fiction-appropriate moment to describe next in the scene is a big part of your job as the GM. Rolling with fear and rolling a failure are straightforward, cut-and-dry triggers for a GM move, but other situations are a little bit less clear, relying on your judgment as a GM. Yeah, some GMs are going to hate this. I get why some people don't think Daggerheart is good. Because they're all GM grognards who, like, they're not there to tell a story. They're there to, like, act out NPCs that they have picked. And by act out, I mean just do the predetermined moves that NPC has been chosen. Because you'd be surprised how little imagination some GMs have. For some GMs, they GM because it's about control and it's about world building. And like imagination in the world building stage is different from imagination at the table in the moment. Like you have to have imagination with the improvisation skills and confidence that, you know, comes with, like, some people might just be born with it and that might be part of their personality, but some of it just comes with time. And yeah, absolutely, I can see why some GMs would skip to the GM section and be like, wait, I'm operating with completely different rules than the PCs, and there's some guidance, but there isn't like a clear if X do Y. I have to think, I have to create, I have to work on the fly. I'm not going to do that. And I am so excited to read this. I'm just so tired. I did not anticipate doing this long, but it's been so good. I haven't wanted to like stop reading it. Example GM moves. Example GM moves in this section are in loose order of severity. Something we'll sometimes refer to as a gradient from soft to hard moves. Best practice is to look down the list until you find the move that seems appropriate, then apply that move to the scene. It's important that you don't speak the text of this move, contextualize it. Like, don't say, I'm going to show you how the world reacts. I'm going to show how the world reacts. Don't tell how the world reacts. When a player rolls a success with hope or a critical success, this is the most common move to make. Simply think about the way their action has affected the world, narrate that change in a way that drives the story forward. Ask a question and build on the answer. Most collaborative move. You might ask something like, what do you see here that reminds you of home? What about this place tells you somebody else has been here before you? Usually utilized when establishing information about a scene or when you're interested in a specific character or player's perspective. Yeah, I mean, this is one you should be using in 5th edition, similar games anyway. Like, this is an easy way to get your players to create the experience with you, which, yeah, requires some imagination and not predetermining things for you, but that's what all the GM advice says you should be doing, not railroading. So go ahead and collaborate. Ask your players what they bring, like let them create part of the fiction. Make an NPC act in accordance with their motive. When there are characters in a scene that aren't the PCs, a move you can make is to spotlight what they are doing in response to the actions being taken. You might show a friendly NPC helping the party in a fight, a group of townsfolk taking cover, or an enemy moving positions. Make sure their actions always follow their motive. Lean on the character's goals to drive them to action. Use something in a scene that's personal to the PCs to drive the fiction forward. Like put an NPC they care for in danger. Yeah. Reveal an unwelcome truth or unexpected danger. You're simply heightening the drama or tension in a narrative way. Someone steps out of the shadows. Signal an imminent off-screen threat. A rustle in the trees, an alarm bell being sounded, clanging armor of reinforcements. Creates a ticking clock. They need to get moving now. Offer them what they want in exchange for marking stress. They can get it done, but it's not going to be easy. It's usually used on a success with fear. You can succeed on that roll you just did, but you're going to have to take a fear to do it, or you can just not succeed. Make a move the characters don't see. Most useful when you have something happening behind the scenes that you're waiting to reveal. Mark a GM clock, tick a current countdown with additional time, add more damage dice to an enemy's upcoming damage roll. Ooh, okay. Adjust a narrative situation the PCs have yet to encounter. Yeah, okay. Everything's fine for now. Split up the group with an environmental hazard and enemy's trap. Yeah. Show the cost of collateral damage. This is a great move to use when the player tries to do something powerful and there's a consequence. That fireball missed. Maybe it went wide, struck the side of a mountain, and now they hear rumbling from above. An avalanche is on the way. Yeah. That's the good shit. That's the stuff right there. Collateral damage. Make them mark stress as a consequence for their actions, and a parallel move to offer them what they want in exchange for stress. This is used when a player fails a roll and you're not sure what consequence to offer. They don't get what they want, and they mark a stress because of it. It's important to investigate the why here. What about the failure is particularly stressful for them? Okay. Then use the action tracker. Yeah, if they fail, now it's your turn. Capture someone or something important. Knocking a weapon from a PC's hand, capturing a fellow party member or ally of the group, stealing an object of power right from under their noses, taking away something that the party desperately wants or needs, must now figure out how to get it back is exciting fiction-forward move. Use their backstory against them. Hell yeah. I love that this is like the second to last hard move and the hardest. Taking away an opportunity for good. When things get really dire, sometimes the PCs lose the opportunity or opening they once had for good. Softer version of this might be the straightforward pathway they're on within a cavern collapsing, forcing them to take another way. Harder application of this move might see a valuable NPC be killed, or an an object of power they desperately needed destroyed forever. This kind of move has the power to twist the trajectory of the story in a whole new direction, but it can be utilized to great effect during the right moments in the story. Avoid undermining success. Yeah. On a success with fear, one pitfall new GMs can run into is undermining the success. For example, if a player makes a finesse roll in an attempt to move stealthily through a hallway, they get a success with fear. The GM should never use this consequence to do something like sound an alarm bell or have them get noticed. They succeeded. That success should be honored. Instead, you could consider making something like making the PC take stress to stay hidden, or introducing a new obstacle to the place they arrive. Yeah. Where hope is a PC's core resource, fear is the core resource for the GM. You gain fear anytime a PC gets a result with fear, and you can spend fear in a number of ways. Track fear with tokens in a pool, the fear pool, a die, or other counting methods. It can be useful to keep your fear tracking or fear pool visible to yourself and the players for ease of reference. Yep, like I said. The GM begins with 2 fear, begins a campaign with 2 fear, just like the PCs begin with 10 hope, and the GM can never have more than 10 fear. Okay, that was key part of what I was kind of wondering. You carry fear in between sessions just like PCs do hope, so be sure to note how many you have at the end of every session. Spending fear. You can spend fear in a variety of ways, most often to augment a GM move you're already making. If you don't have fear to spend while the action tracker is active, you can always convert 2 character tokens on the action tracker to 1 fear. When you spend fear, you can do something big. Take a countdown. Use an adversary's fear move. Okay, so there are adversary moves triggered with fear. Good to know. Take advantage on a roll. End an effect. Clear a condition. Add additional d6 damage dice. Add 2 tokens to the action tracker or interrupt the PCs to take action with 2 fear. Cool. Yeah. All right. That's what I was looking for. I will come back. All that looks delicious and good. Here's some difficulty rolls. All that looks, here's some examples of adversaries. Yeah. All right. Cool. We did it. 5 hours and almost 20 minutes later, we have, I mean, really, we're only like halfway technically through Daggerheart, but the rest is like GM advice that I'm excited to look through. Advice on starting up a campaign. I'll probably have a video specific on that. I don't know if it's worth doing like character or class deep dives right now, and just knowing things are going to change. Like maybe we do that when the game comes out in like a year or so. Um, Gosh, this is very good. It's very good. I'm excited to play this. I'm excited as hell to play this. This seems like uh, Critical Role made the game for the exact type of gaming they like doing at their table, which is the only what they should be doing. Is it for everybody? I don't think so, but I think it's for more people than I thought it would be. Like when I started the stream, I was worried it was going to be really specific, and maybe there's some class abilities that are, I don't know, maybe more narrative based than some folks would like, but like on the whole, all of it's great. And even here in the past hour where I was talking about, we finally got to combat and the action tracker. At first blush, I thought it was more disruptive to the usual than before. That's not a problem. The GM's kind of having these like loose moves that are actually going to require GMs to be present and active listeners. And the game really does require buy-in on both the GM and the player side, that like, hey, we are telling a story together collaboratively as a unit for fun. This is not meant to be adversarial. Or it is, and you all have to buy into that from the get-go and consent to that. Because with how all the character stuff is really cool and useful and well balanced. There's a couple things that seem a little bit better than others, but that might just be me be kind of new. Like everything seems at least good, which you can't say for every character option in other high fantasy games with like even approaching this amount of mechanics. The buy-in is going to come on the GM side. With the GMs, you're going to have to be positive and going to need to be a fan of your players' characters, and you're going to need to be an active listener. You're going to need to think pretty quickly on your feet, and you're going to have to be uncomfortable for a little bit while getting used to this style of play. But the mechanics for everything else are all there to support it. I don't think this is an overdue burden on the GM. I just think this is if one of your struggles with 5th edition as a DM is you feel like you have to put a ton of prep work into DMing, and that you're looking for a system to like offload all the prep that you might need to do. I do think Daggerheart is less prep, but it's going to be just as stressful in the game sessions, because not only do you not prep as much because the fiction's going to be changing a lot, you're going to have to be like actively engaged with the fiction as it's going. You're not going to be able to zone out. And you're going to need to be comfortable making choices and just running with them, not knowing the results, like not knowing how it's going to affect things. And I think GMs a lot really value control, and I don't think Daggerheart supports a lot of GM control. Uh, the GM has a lot of power to impact the narrative, but the narrative can be there's no way to mechanically cover all scenarios unless you go the opposite direction into something like 3.5 or Pathfinder 2E, where there's just crap ton of rules and situations and conditions you have to track. This is really clear, fiction forward. Reading the card explains the card. All great stuff. And I'm really excited to play. I know that Critical Role with Matt DMing or GMing ran a live session with this playtest material last night. I've not watched it. I'm excited to now. I'm excited as hell. I feel like I understand the system now to be able to like go and watch other people play it and understand what's going on. And so now I just have to like get into like a new setting, new characters and all that stuff, which takes a certain amount of energy and focus to like grab a hold of. You know what I mean? So yeah, love this, big fan. I'm excited to see how the game grows. None of the stuff outside of maybe that the fungus ancestries ability, like everything else works as is. I'm sure there's a feedback in the Rager Companion. So it'll be interesting to see how the classes and subclasses and domain cards adjust and change as we go. But for a playtest, this is very polished. It's very good. I said at the beginning I wouldn't start a campaign right now with this, and I still wouldn't. But like, I think you should start learning this now. It's not going to change. I don't think it's going to need to change drastically between now and like the final version, the final published version. It's very good. I'm excited to see like a final layout, some more like full art. I hope they stick to 1 column. 2 column hurts, and I do a lot of PDF reading, and it just sucks. Trying to read 2 column, often on a like tablet or something like that. So, you know, I have some wishes, but all this is awesome. Check out Daggerheart.com. Go download the playtest materials from there, or Drive Through RPG, or you can check out the playtest materials at demiplane.com. The playtest surveys are built on Daggerheart.com, or I believe they're directly built in to the character sheet, or available there on demiplane.com as well. Check out the Critical Role YouTube channel. They've got explainer videos with Spencer Stark, the lead game designer, with Matt, a character creation tutorial they did between Matt and Travis, 2-hour long session 0 with the whole cast building their characters, going through like the session 0 for Daggerheart, prepping for their live one shot. And then there's a live one shot who should be available on their YouTube channel and the podcast feed now. I think more and more people are going to be playing this in playtest. I think you're going to see actual players giving it a run. Everybody gets an opinion, including yours, but I hope you come in with a positive attitude and believing the best, giving people the benefit of the doubt. And I think this is really, really good shit. This is also going to be a big book when it comes out, because I'm halfway through it. There must be 330-ish pages, and there's sections that are like missing, and we're going to add another 20 to 50 pages. So good product. Well done, Spencer. Well done, everybody at Darrington Press. Well done, Matt and Travis and Marisha and anybody else from the cast who was involved. I'm sure they all did play testing for it, but it was really good. So I'm going to cut the stream off here. Thanks for watching. Thank you for watching. I think I did this mainly for myself as a learning exercise, to get excited about the system. But if you made it through 5 hours, 5.5 hours. Good on you. Comment ribbit down in the comments if you are watching this part of the video. Have a good one. See you next time. Peace.